get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Send them in through the front, trying to be the tripwire to. They've all got to push in towards the house.
You want more bonus points leading into those finals? Well, this is your final shot here as we move into Phase 3 of PMPL EU Fall to figure out who is going to be jostling for position and getting all of those lovely juicy points going into that final series. Joining me to my left-hand side, I've got Maxman. My name's Kalaris. I'm all jittery and lovely and ready to go here, Max, to get things going. How are you feeling, fella?
Yeah, feeling fantastic. We had the Gladiator phase 2, is fair to say. They had themselves a nice comeback also for Major Pride, but this time is the time, as you said, to get as many bonus points on board before heading into the finals, and the PMGC race is getting closer and closer, so there's a lot of stuff online for this third phase.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look over at socials as well. You guys should get involved whilst the show is going on. Use the hashtag PMPLEU and make sure to go over to TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, everything social media-wise, including Instagram as well, that the man to my right is all about, as he loves social media. And we also have a giveaway, Max.
Yeah, we have a giveaway right now. If you do enter the giveaway, go follow Esports PUBGM EU over on Instagram, and you do just type whichever team you think is going to be making it to the championship and winning this season of PMPL. You're going to be automatically entered into the giveaway. And if you win, I'm told you can choose whichever of these 4 skins you like the most, and we'll give it to you. So go enter right now. We'll be picking, I think, at 2 p.m. tomorrow, so you still have time.
Small anecdote whilst we take a look at the predictions. I, 10 years ago, had a friend who worked at ESL who not only said to win a giveaway you had to follow the, social media account, let's say CS, he also said you have to follow my personal account and got like 30,000 followers off of it. Anyway, fun times.
I like that. Let's do that.
But anyway, he called it an experiment. However, I think it wasn't. Anyway, these are our predictions. It's been an experiment for some of us, especially Blank, let's be honest, who's, 0.89 average points. Not that great. He doesn't really have many stars to his name here.
Yeah, he's taken some fun picks with Jackie also. I can't really complain and take some experimental picks, I like to call it. Though I do feel bad with Ginny having the highest average because she worked less days, so she has a higher average, and I don't like that. So we got to bump those numbers down a bit. That's not fair.
I think it's going to be hard to catch up, all things considered. She was quite fortunate in some of her predictions as time went on, but anyway, that's how that goes. Let's take a look at the participating teams. We've mixed up the groups a little bit here, and we were kind of mulling through these groups here, Max, and for the most part, I don't feel like there's any, mega group here through all of it. It's very well divided.
Yeah, it's very lucky that throughout all phases now, we haven't had a group that would mix your Major Prides, your Gladiators, your Titans, or your MADBULLS. It's always been pretty diverse in how the groups have been set up, so I do like it. Though I am looking at one group that I would like to see how that's going to pan out potentially. It is Group E. You've got some contenders, I would say, for championship position. You've got your Alpha teams, the MUERTEs, SHOCKWAVE. Want to try and initiate a bit of a comeback, but it might be a bit rough in a group where you're always against Alpha Team and MUERTE that have been showing true chops, especially MUERTE throughout this second phase. So I'm looking at Group B. I think it could be interesting to see how they play out, but every group is pretty stacked right now, so it's going to be tough for every team involved.
And let's see how those groups fold into the games here for today, as we do have ourselves Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. Erangel, Miramar up towards the top. You can see which groups are excluded from certain battlegrounds as the day goes on. So everybody gets to play 4 games per day here, sits out 1 game, and then see how everything fares. It's one of the longer days in terms of actual play time here, because it's only 1 Sanhok, so everybody's got to really kind of hunker down here for the double Erangels, for the double Miramars, and figure things out. But let's take a look at overall points and see where we're at so far for our teams, because it has been... I almost said a 3-horse race. It's pretty much been a 4-horse race up towards the top, despite the fact that MUERTE looked fantastic in phase 1. It fell off a little bit in phase 2, Max. What are you thinking?
I still think they're in the race, though. Clearly, there's been some improvements. They're looking to go a little bit quick on the rotations in phase 2, I've been able to see, so I am enjoying that a lot more. So, MUERTE, know that can have the big pop-off, especially with Fioria. I think Kalaris, we've seen his pop-off like during phase 2 was really, really impressive. But yeah, for me, it's a 5-horse race currently, and there's going to be lesser points heading into the finals, so it's going to be less of a gap to close for your MUERTEs, for your Major Prides. Though Titan being up on the podium with 3 chicken dinners against teams that have 11, 7, 6, 5 is really impressive, and that's mostly off the back of their eliminations. And we've mentioned this many times, if they can just bump up those placement points, I believe they currently could be a first place team, but that is one thing they need to still work on. They still have time before the finals, and if they do so, chances are they're going to be completely obliterating teams in the finals, because we saw what Icy could do, we saw what the entirety of the roster could perform, and they have the chops to be first.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, their placements overall have been fluctuating, right? You'll get yourself a first place with tie-in, but then beyond that, you'll suddenly have like 13th, 14th, things like that that eventually don't really lead to many placement points, but they're still able to eliminate people whilst getting those lower placements. But anyway, 9th through 16th as well here. Teams like Dagestan, teams like SBG, teams like VIRTUS.PRO trying to bump up a little bit. One thing that is an outlier to me here, Max, is the fact that KASIK team in 13th place, they have 5 chicken dinners, but still are not able to really rise up the ranks as aggressively as they should be able to.
Yeah, it's weird that they're just 13 points ahead of SHOCKWAVE that's got 0 chicken dinners. Like that's a really big comparison you can make on the bottom of the rankings. And SHOCKWAVE too, we still would like to see them do better, but I don't know who mentioned it. There's like a 4 elimination curse. They eliminate a full squad and then just die. I would like them to go a little bit further down the line in these games and just be a bit smarter about the early game rotations. But currently, if you're at the bottom of the rankings after 2 phases now, there hasn't been a lot of movement, I think it's fair to say. So unless we see like one of the biggest comebacks ever, I think the leaderboards are pretty close to what I initially expected entering.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Let's take a look at the bonus points then, because these are the points that will lead you into the grand finals here between all of these teams. And it's not an insurmountable lead, which is really the cool system that actually exists here, but it does give you a little bit of a leg up, something extra to play for here in the phases, Max, to try and eke out just that advantage going into the final.
I know we said this many times before, but it can be down to a tiebreaker, or it can be just a single point or 2 difference. And this is what this point system allows you to get. These bonus points can make a really big difference in the rankings. So as you head over to the second page, a pretty significant drop off if you get to your SHOCKWAVEs, TUNA Esports. So you maybe want to try and catch up a bit on that bonus points hype train. And yeah, but at the top right now, it's going to be really close. It's good to have, but just like, I think MADBULLS last season got, what, 78 out of the like total 80. It was an insane amount of points they were able to get, and they might be able to replicate it here. So pretty good to go in the finals with that.
Yeah, Major Pride obviously having 32 bonus points so far compared to MADBULLS 38. It's just unfortunate for Major Pride that they did so poorly, I think, in that first phase. And actually, let's take a look at the PMGC points, because they initially had fallen behind quite significantly when it came to up against MADBULLS up at the top. However, that second phase, Max, allowed Major Pride to rocket back into #1, but Gladiators is now also joining that 3-way race up at the top.
Yeah, actually, I want to talk about Gladiators, as I called it, phase 2. That was the Gladiators comeback phase. I did a little bit of calculation, and I double-checked with Google. Thank you.
Oh, good job.
For the calculation. Out of the 4 matches they got themselves, out of the 5 matches, they got 4 chicken dinners, of course. But really, if you look at the bigger scope, over the course of 7 matches, they got themselves top 4 in 7 matches in a row. 4 of those, of course, being chicken dinners. They got 69 eliminations in 7 matches. And total with the placement points, 124. That is one of the biggest comebacks I have seen in such a small amount of games. So, and then being able to actually catch up to the big teams for the race to PMGC is impressive. So, like, that was one of the biggest points ratio we've seen in a long time from Gladiators, showing that they perfected edge, now they perfected center. I feel like this is the strongest version of Gladiators we're going to see entering phase 3 and of course the finals.
Sure. So just to double back on that, you basically you checked with Google basic arithmetic, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, well, let's continue on then. So you have our top 5 plays from phase 2 and how things have gone down so far as well, because I mean we've had a lot to say the least. You were talking about Gladiators already and how, you know, they looked fantastic with that. So let's take a look back here and see who's been able to take those top 5 spots.
Try and get this arc, or at least easier. First one hits massively, but already there was a first aid kit going through that side. Small smokes going up towards it, including the Molotov, and there's just shots in there. It should be
Beautiful damage. Great execution in the way they're playing. The big man with the grenade belt around his waist, though. One. Oh, that is grotesque. Follow up as well, being primed as he's ready to decimate them and leave them absolutely lifeless on the push. The nade will do it.
A position that was likely to take him down, but he just knew how important it was. Furia, topside nade, takes down 2, will look for another. The 1v3 comes through.
Heals as they're pushed in. We've got Foops Man being hit in the head and shut down there. The nade is outrageous, though. Goodbye, Major Pride. The clouds are parting, presenting us with what will be our final battle. One man, frozen, too cold to hold. Oh, they're giving him the opportunity. Peeking into it with the shotty pump after pump, dealing damage. He's one more, and frozen. He breaks the ice.
The question is, was that a Frozen God play, or was that VULGAR boys lining up for the DPS? No, I digress. It's to just span out a little bit more, guys. The DPS is really good in that situation. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's focus on Gladiators here, because as you mentioned before, they had an unbelievable set of occurrences when it came to their games. They just suddenly decided, Max, I guess let's win everything.
Yeah, let's just start blasting, they said, and they really did start blasting. The averages you're looking at, or you would rarely see this, I think, in any kind of PMPL. Like, almost 9 average eliminations per game over the entirety of Phase 2 is nutty. Of course, those are the matches in a row where they got top 4s in every single game. That is just record-breaking stuff, almost, you could expect from Gladiators in that match. But almost 24 average survival time in minutes. That, Kalaris, that... to me, it just shows they keep getting into the late game. They perfected playing center now, especially this one Miramar game we're going to be seeing in the replays that was just insane as 3 players, keeping away Titan, keeping away your VIRTUS.PROs, keeping away everyone that was trying to get remotely close, because, as we mentioned already, they adapt the loot from the get-go based on what playstyle they want to adapt later on in the match, depending on where Phase 1, Phase 2 circle tends to go. So they have a game plan, and the execution of that plan is second to none.
Yep, very important, able to flex out as well and just be able to put the boot in against some of these teams as time went on. Again, that really was a big momentum boost for them in terms of some of the wins that they got on the previous day, and then they came in here and were able to do as well as they did. Just in terms of individual skill mechanically as well, it'd be hard to hold a candle for any players really up against Gladiators. And I think it does help as well, Max, that they have so much, not only like this kind of, let's call it local experience here, but international experience, which probably fills them with a lot of confidence, knowing in their minds that they are some of the best players on the battleground.
And of course, Quizzy, right? The addition of a new coach this year, I was waiting to see if that was going to have a big impact on the team, and it really feels like the whole dynamic of how the team functions to its core has shifted drastically, and now they can just play whatever playstyle they want and is going to be successful, as we can hopefully expect to see. So I'm already looking past the PMPL because it looks like they're just going to be popping off. They're going to qualify in the championship. I want to see how this new playstyle is going to adapt on the bigger international stage because versus the Turkish teams, they're not going to be easy teams to take down from what we've seen currently in PMPL Turkey of this season. I think it's going to be a very interesting clash, so I really can't wait.
No, definitely, definitely. And of course, we could talk ad nauseum about Gladiators, MADBULLS, Major Pride, all these teams. But let's take a look at some of those teams that are trying to rise here through the ranks. Dagestan is definitely one of them. As of course, I think that over time, they've definitely improved themselves in terms of their actual impact on lobby. Average survival time, though, went down a little bit. Not much, but a little bit between phases 1 and 2 to try and get themselves on the board here.
Yeah, 20 seconds, you can look over that, you can glance over it, it's fine. But overall, average damage increase, average elimination increase, so they're willing to take more fights, which I can appreciate from Dagestan. I feel like they're a team that likes to play passive, but are very opportunistic, and here they've just been going for full-on breaches a lot more often, taking fights, pushing it themselves, which I do like from Dagestan, because clearly, I mean, I've talked about these two players for a long time, Kalaris. I know I mention their names pretty often. It is Shifu and Keep, and I feel like this is one of the new generations, like the Borutos of fragging duos, if that makes sense.
Oh, Boruto, yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's amazing. And they've been looking really strong, but one player that's been slowly, actually not one player, two players, is Limbo and Zadira in particular, have been a lot more present. Especially Zadira has been looking for these off angles, trying to scout information for the team a lot earlier. He does put himself in danger from time to time, but when he doesn't go down, he gets really valid information and you get great rotations off the back of that. So I feel like the team is just slowly becoming a lot more solid as a four-man, so I'm just hyped to see if that's going to continue entering this phase. But so far, there's been some slight improvements in the mentality, it seems.
And it bears repeating for me, they had what was effectively the most impressive game of the entire season for me. I could not believe the victory that they had as they have to cross the bridge all the way through, like 4, 5, 6 teams, beating every single one of them. They threw 43 smokes that game and got a 25 limb chicken dinner off the back of having the worst spot in the circle to try and play it. So more of that, please. That was absolutely awesome to see from a team like this. I mean, they've still got a ways to go, though. If you make that kind of special moment happen, unfortunately, to stack up against the very top teams in this tournament right now, you need to make that special moment happen 5, 6 times before you can actually catch up, which is ridiculous, Max.
Exactly. The thing is, they showed that they can get themselves these big pop-off games, but it's like the bad games. Can they do like a MADBULLS or Gladiators where bad game is still like 4 or 5 eliminations? That would be the big improvement we need to see from a Dagestan.
All right, well, thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall as we are entering this final phase before we get into that final to figure out who is going to be moving on into the EU Championships. For now, though, let's head over to Jackie and Blank, who will make sure we know exactly who is moving into those championships a little later on down the line.
Oi, here we are, ready for another week of exciting action. It's me, your boy Jackie, and of course, the homeboy himself, Blank. You ready, mate?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm 100% ready. And look, my cat got me up at 5 AM. That's how ready I am. I was like, look, man, there's PUBG Mobile going on today. You've got to wake up. You've got to get up. I thought it was a bad dream. No, it was a great dream, because here we are, back again with Jackie and the boys over the desk with some PUBG Mobile, heading into Phase 3 just before we hit those finals. I'm very excited for this one. You know, this is the game changer of the week. This is where we decide who's heading in, who's in that top 16.
Oh man, this is going to be a real sort of fiesta of a day, I think, and hopefully the whole week will follow suit as well, right? Bit of a change of pace from what we had last week, the back-to-back 6 days with a 1-day break in the middle. That was high octane. That was incredible. In terms of some of the teams, I think we really saw the optics of who had legs on them, who was able to perform the endurance run that was that real lengthy week of PUBG Mobile here in PMPL EU. And now, Blank, I'm just curious to see where the chips are going to be lying going into this week, right? You know, from the get-go, what are things looking like? Because last week was absolutely ridiculous.
Exactly, man. We want to find out where the chips beds are set up. We want to find out where they're lying down. We want to see which team is going to be waking up to head over to the Phase 3. Like you said, this is not going to be the Sober Knocker. It's not going to be the 6 days in a row, which was a little bit crazy for these guys. Obviously, they had to really pump it through all the way to the end. Gladiators, they saw that they were sleeping. They were sleeping for a little while at the beginning, then they woke up towards the end of that first week. I think it's probably the best way to have done things. I do feel bad for teams that are really performing very well in day 1, day 2, day 3, because Gladiators kind of it was chilled out. You know, they were in recess for the first 3 days. Then they were like, look, let's get some points to the board. And they were very much towards that top side. It was fantastic. We saw the PMGC points on the desk over there as well. Very close between MADBULLS, Gladiators, Major Pride. With only about 20 points between all of them. So very interesting who goes to PMGC direct, which would be amazing, and which teams will have to battle their way through that league stage. First circle of the day, though, bit of a mad one, down towards the south side.
Yeah, this is, I would like to call this one, Blank, the family holiday circle. If you're in England and you've ever been taken on a family holiday to the Isle of Wight, this is effectively what it's like. You know, you've got to cover that little bit of water, but it feels miles away, and you're not quite sure if you'll ever make it home again. You're just dreaming of it, you know, thinking one day I'll get home and I'll have access to my gaming devices again.
Our Wi-Fi, yeah.
Please, the Wi-Fi.
The Wi-Fi. Look, son, there'll be no Wi-Fi. You're in the valley. So
Frank, look, it's a family holiday. You don't need to be playing PUBG Mobile. You're there like, no, I do.
No,
I do, Mum.
Please.
This is very
Can't connect without the Wi-Fi. It's horrid. It's horrid. I just ended up playing Risk on my iPod Touch. That's how it goes. Over towards that northern side, we have a lot of teams. We've got, obviously, the old guys in SBG over towards ES9. I think they were kind of picking things up a little bit. I was happy about it personally, Jackie. I feel like they're a team that is pretty happy to go themselves a little family holiday down towards that south side. It's very much necessary. If you want to take a little break, a little holiday, a little vacay yourself, you can head over towards our social medias page, which will keep you nice and updated. And it's a cozy place to be. It's a cozy place to be. Maxman made it look all very, very nice. #1 Airbnb owner on the socials.
It's not true. It's not. I was going to say it's not wrong, but my brain immediately just went, "It's not true." Sorry, I don't know. There's some subconscious Max hating coming out there.
What's going on?
I don't know, bro. It's completely off script. I'm always pro Max. You know, nightmare. But no, it is true. It's a very nice place to be. It's kind of like a campfire type vibe, but you know, on your social media, on your Instagram, on your YouTube homepage. Where else would you possibly want to be? Unless it was a very hot day, in which case, fair enough, you have a good case for why you wouldn't want to be there. But right now it's not. It's a lovely temperature. So get on over there and get your eyes wrapped around what we're seeing on screen as well. Because of course, the day as a whole is now live. We're into our first battleground. We had a couple of small fights going down early whilst we were setting things up. This was one of them. Titan Gaming seemingly first thing onto Dark Project early on. Of course, it's Old Boy to start things off. Oh, did he actually get him with the blade? Oh, fair enough, Blank. Smooth moves there for the one knock. But of course, Old Boy still alive and kicking in this game. He don't go down that easy.
No, I mean, he just ripped right through his collarbone with that blade, but survived. To tell the tale, honestly. He's just stapled that bad boy up. He's good to go. Old Boy will just continue on. He's fine. He's fine to continue playing this game. And I do want to see a little bit more from Titan Gaming. We're over towards Ferry Pier. They can head down towards our south side, towards KONINA Power, towards VIRTUS.PRO, as well as Unicorns of Love. Very much possibility for Titans to start things off strong here. We said that these guys are early risers. They're the type of team that does very well in the morning, it seems, for some strange reason. I think that, you know, they get their breakfast in early, and then as the day wears on, they get a bit more tired. So this first game of the day, a lot rides on it for Titans. It's where they do hit very hard right off the bat. And I think that, you know, you look at Titans as a team in general, throughout most of the weeks, most of the phases, that first day of every start of the phase has been a gigantic one. We saw the 25 Lima that came through. Wow. Oh, it would have been cool if
that would have landed. My God, yeah, that would have been sick.
He was like, "God, I'm going to do a trick." Don't just land the car. That's all we ask of you.
Wow. Yeah, no, that could have been incredible, actually. That would have been about as big as some of the Titan starts that we've been having. But I really do mirror that. You know, I completely agree with you. I think they've actually looked physically at their best during game one of nearly every day. It feels like they just come out swinging. They're ready for basically anything that's in front of them. And the extra caveat to that is, that's like the little asterisk on the side, is whenever it's been Erangel as well. I feel like that's also a bit of a blessing for them, where if they can get an Erangel start going into things, almost alleviates a bit of that pressure. It sets up the week a little bit easier for them. So just some of the factors to potentially have in the back of your mind if you're wondering how well Titan are going to be playing today. Use this as a benchmark. If they start off hot here, then we'll know the form's there, they're going into it ready for the day. Of course, some of the other squads that we'll have to look at though over the course of this one. Now on screen, you've got MADBULLS. They were absolutely ridiculous in terms of some of the flow of the games we were seeing. I think what was really nice for MADBULLS is we're not only seeing sort of the fragging potential that's been coming out from them, consistently blowing us away, with Zerich having highlight after highlight, Fleek having his moments, even Frozen really just running away with things from time to time. But the fact that they look so much more consistent in terms of pushing themselves into the final circles, pushing themselves for placement points as well. So MADBULLS, definitely another squad to keep your eyes on. And then finally, of course, Gladiators. I think really, how do we even sum up the week they had that basically culminated in them just carrying physically too many chicken dinners? It was like the meme, how do I hold all these chicken dinners? And he's just dropping them everywhere.
Just couldn't, yeah. I mean, they're just in their arms, nestled in the elbows. He's got him underneath his chin, just tucked in against his neck. It's bad. It was bad. I mean, they were very greasy after that, but they did get away with a fair few chicken dinners, and that's fine. That's okay. That's what you want to see. They've had a bath. They've come into this week in phase 3. They look very squeaky clean. I mean, Quizzy was actually doing a great interview with Kalaris and Maxman, talking about how it felt like they were, the way he was describing it felt like he was almost styling on the lobby a little bit, because whilst everyone's trying really hard, Quizzy's like, yeah, we're just experimenting in week 1, and then we just had a little bit of experiment in week 2. Then we figured out the formula on those last 2 days, and then we won everything. So I did feel slightly bad for some of the other teams. The Gladiators have just been ramping. They've been scaling, apparently. And this is now the scary week, because this is realistically the week where their experiment's done. Phase 1, play center. Phase 2, how do we play edge? Now this is the one where they bring it all together, start playing that edge. They play center when they can. This is probably going to be an edge game, considering they're coming down from North George, down towards the south side of the map. It's going to be interesting. I'm really excited to see what Gladiators can do.
No, I think it should be fairly exciting just to see sort of what kind of form they're working with. And if they're pulling any punches going into the start of the day, or if they're just going to carry on with the great form that, they were very confident in when they were talking about, basically saying like, yeah, look, it's just kind of clicked. We've realized we need to win these games. We're now winning these games. Sometimes I think maybe that's as easy as a change as it needs to be, outside of the adjustments they've actually made to make things a little bit easier for themselves in terms of the circle. Just being able to hit their shots blank, play a bit more confidently. Yeah. Some of the times we've looked at a few of these games, it's really come down to fine margins. The devil's definitely been in the details this season for an awful lot of our squads, where you're inches away from really getting yourself a chicken dinner that could be the difference of thrusting you further up the standings. And it just kind of falls through the fingertips based on little misplays, little moments. We saw some even in the weekly highlights where, teams just not quite being able to make the right decision making in terms of the spacing on a few of the trades. Little bits of scrapping going on here though, just a smidge, more of a breakfast size portion to get you ready.
Yeah, nothing too big. We don't want to put you off the rest of your day. We don't want to get you back into bed. We just want to give you a little bit of a taster right at the start here. Keep you hooked on PUBG mobile action coming right at you. We do have some teams that are scarily on the edge of things at the moment. You've got SPG towards that northeast side, still in MUERTE, attempting to make their way down. Unicorns are love. Macvins just can't hit a single shot, sadly. We also have Gladiators over towards that northwest side. They've got to push their way through MADBULLS. Not an easy engagement there. Shifu, though, great shots over towards Rollkiss. There's definitely a dude we highlighted in spring, and we can highlight again here now in the fall split. Really, really strong player there on Dagestan. I hope he finds himself onto maybe a bit of a bigger name team in the future, but right now he's doing wonderful things here on Dagestan.
I like Dagestan as well. I think the more we've seen from them, especially over this week, it's kind of given us a bit of a better taste of the flavor that they're bringing into a lot of these games. And it's been quite nice. It's been an enjoyable flavor, a nice aroma to it, good aftertaste, great umami on it. So hopefully we get even more from them. It has been fun to watch Dagestan. At the minute, though, the Nameless normally get drips and drabs of them on screen with some of the games that we've seen from them in recent history. Here, it seems like they're sandwiched between an SPG top loaf and NEXUS on the backside as they're starting to clean on up. Nice damage distributed between the two squads, and it's an uncomfortable position to be fighting from. You're basically in the gulch. They're eating the damage from either side and have perished because of it, now leaving NEXUS and SBG to try and clean up on this one. Obviously, SBG, blue towards their backs, kind of isolates them in terms of where you can go with the rotation. So you've probably got to fight your way further forward across what looks like a big death zone in controlling the bridge. And NEXUS are just kind of penning you in. You've got the flank with EXO as well. This is uncomfortable.
It's a pretty wild flank from EXO as well. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do to get out from this situation, right? You know, getting here is fine. Getting a couple of knocks, getting a couple of eliminations, that's also acceptable. But, you know, the exfil, that's the difficult part, right? Will peek over the top, and that could have been very bad. He's not going to get the bandage off either. Great shots coming back through from SBG almost instantaneously there. MADBULLS taking down players from the Gladiators as they try and get across that bridge there. Never was going to be easy. They potentially could have actually just sent across the cliff edge over towards the water. Tixie's down now as well. It's all going topsy-turvy. For the two teams I mentioned earlier as well, it's SBG and Gladiators. It's always going to be really rough for both these sides. North Georgian and Yasnaya crossing down towards here when practically all teams confirmed onto the South Island first. Yeah, it's not easy.
Man, this is horrific. Both of these teams basically running the gauntlet here with a picture-in-picture. It does sort of set the scene that we are dealing with. You need to get across this bridge. You have to try and stay alive, but more importantly, it's about doing it cleanly. And it's not going to be easy for either of these four squads that are duking it out right now. You can see SBG across the board taking so much chip damage and being forced to use an awful lot of their opening utility. Nade after nade. At least that one connects quite nicely, as Narvalo will be able to get the knock off onto Doran. And Octavian, his life becomes a bit harder, trying to play tucked in round the back, the zone, nipping at the heels of SBG though, and one man's gone for good. You've got a cheeky peek from Kapahala. It's just hard to line it up with the angle, trying to go for this little side face. If he can hit them from the off angle, it could save his teammates bacon. Meanwhile, Gladiators go down to MADBULLS as they lose out on the clash for the bridge on their side, whilst this one with NEXUS keeps on going.
Yeah, this is right now just a pure spite play, right? Where NEXUS has been completely removed from SBG. They've done a really good job to actually push down this coastal side. Disgusting shots over towards EXO. And this is just a case of Kapahala. It's like, if I go down, you're coming down with me. You are not leaving from this position. It's not like you're going to get across the bridge. And they might just go for the full send, the vehicles. And you'll just see if Kapahala can make this one happen. Got Victor as well as Einal's moving out. Now Vala, I think he stayed behind as the backstop, just take some shots over towards Kapahala, who is doing his damnedest here to take down these players.
You could see at least the mechanics were there. Decision-making was clean. Just really unfortunate with some of the shots he was putting down range. A little bit off target, especially with the tracing there when he switched to his rifle up close. Couldn't quite hit the mark. Bites the bullet more literally because of it. So NEXUS, what's unfortunate as well is it felt like they actually kind of had control of that situation going into it, right? The way they initiated it. A bit of a bold flank from EXO, sure, but one that, if it did pay off, would have been huge for him. Instead, leaves you in massive debt here, thrown straight into the red, where they'll have to climb back into this one over the course of the day, or potentially the next three. Because right here, your chance to make history is gone. No more points for you, NEXUS, with SBG barely limping out of that one and just walking away with their eliminations.
I mean, either way, it's like kind of a nice storyline to bring up because this is the first time in a while that we've seen NEXUS actually take control of the situation in terms of a gatekeep. Usually they would be one of the last teams to get in towards the circle, so it's nice to see them up front, you know, starting off that gatekeep over towards the eastern bridge. For EXO, it was kind of a crazy push. I think it could have been more forgiven if it was earlier in the game and he was not pushing out into the blue, because there's a real timer on that play. Considering how far he went into the blue, not much knowledge on the amount of teams that are behind SBG2, so difficult play to make. Wasn't too sure about it, didn't work out, but you respect the methods there. For NEXUS, going through PERMITTA Esports with barely any HP on board, I think they know that there's a team waiting for them as well here, Jackie.
Oh, mate. Okay. Well, here's the engagement then. Straight onto SBG. Bullet after bullet, they get buckled. You sprung the trap effectively, walking into the PERMITTA woods. And they don't like visitors. They do not take kindly to them as they hatchet their way through. Most of the players leaving it down to just Victor, who seems to be trying to get away swiftly. Hops in a vehicle, drives up, gets a little bit of cover to play with, puts bullets down range, connects with one, and that's more than enough to at least fragment PERMITTA. Ooh, bites again and shuts down another man. Now he's actually got a little bit of time to heal at least. Zone's obviously going to be coming in as well, so it is getting a bit more uncomfortable now. Large distance to cover, so focuses on himself rather than the current fight that he's thrown in. Doesn't tunnel vision and gets away with it. So Victor potentially just looking for the long game on this one. See how far he can keep his nose clean and see what he can squeeze out of it. But you're surrounded. You can see him basically trying to figure out some kind of path where there isn't a full squad lining wait.
Where? Where to go? Where to go now? Please, Navallo, give me the info. I think either way, it's a respectful play just to send in. You try and take down as many players from PERMITTA as possible. Already got 5 elims on side, and he should be up to a little bit more now with 7 total. So one more would be 8 eliminations. You get to maybe top 8. I think that's a very reasonable result there for SBG, considering where they were in Yasnaya. It's not an easy push down towards this location. Looking at the circle itself, we do have a little bit of airstrips still in down towards the south side, but the majority of the focus will be over towards these pretty key compounds where Titans are currently playing, holding out on the eastern edge. Obviously, they don't have access to that higher ground over towards their western side. Major Pride on the beachhead. It doesn't feel like it's heading over towards there, Jackie, but if it does, Major Pride could have a good game of it. So there's a lot of locations here where, depending on the circle, it will be a real slog for some of these other teams to take away from the team that gets lucky, essentially. So we'll see what happens. MADBULLS, though, they have done a really damn fine job over towards this western side. They've cleared out practically every single team, and any team they had not cleared out, they've put on the old scary Halloween mask and just sent them terrified, running away from their position. They will have to move further towards the east now as we head over towards this elevated ground towards the eastern side of the map. Titans are still fairly pleased with this positioning.
Shaping up to be a bit of a slobber knocker then with our first game. And an orthodox circle to kick things off. It's a nice way to start the day. Definitely throws a little bit of spice in out of left field and keeps us guessing. Might not be what the teams were looking for though. SBG unfortunately expiring on this one as the last man of Victor goes down. He was vicious though, added an extra 2 eliminations before he was taken out. So 7 to start things off isn't too bad in terms of the point gain. Oh, Foops man. Headering a nade there as he'll take that one on the chin a bit more literally. Battles back onto Offhaze and Co. as KONINA Power is starting to buckle under the pressure that's being put on them now. Just 2 men left standing. Becker has to try and hold the line, overwhelmed by Treasley's shotgun to blow him off his feet. Palucci as well. Just trying to reset on the angle. Tresley gets the heal in. You've got the backstab here now. This should be a whole cleanup. KONINA Power go down.
I wasn't sure what Pylaus was going for there. Literally just skates his way down on the Heelys after he gets out of the vehicle. Not great, but definitely was a fantastic little distraction play. Well played to VULGAR. You know, they're taking more fights here, Jackie. I like that. 10 eliminations so far for this team is a huge result for these lads that have been pretty much known to be sort of this quiet squad. Doesn't really do too much. Feels like they've trying to switch up the game a little bit here, trying to tell people that they are not to be messed around with. They will not be peeking in the same line versus the shotgun. MADBULLS do go up to try and peek their way. Fleek stops off early, but Tulika already up front and personal. There's a nade and it has to be good, but there's a vehicle coming from the backside here, Jackie.
Oh, these have got to be right on the money. Perfectly placed to blow up Fleek, but the response from Zerridge, pretty damn clean for the first. Won't matter though, as he's come unstuck in the 1v1 versus Tresley. Even them trades for Tulika as he licks them up and shuts them down. VULGAR boys got a bit too big for their boots there, so they get the boot a bit more literally here. And now things reset. Still a good way from the start of the day, showing us they can flex their muscles in these sort of moments. Foopsman and Co. getting the blood pumping early, but we whittle it down. We start to look at how things are now standing in terms of our remaining squads, and a few names that you wouldn't commonly see, making it a little bit further into our first game of the day here. We had VULGAR boys now removed, but of course you've still got a few of the others. TUNA lurking in the background there. KASIK team as well, starting to find form again as they're back in towards our finishing circles on this one. Titan, they've had a hell of a day of it, and it seems like all of us have predicted them to take this one, though. No surprises there. They're bangers on their first game of the day, and they've already been hitting some hefty shots. So it's good to see we're all on the same page. Let's see if they can deliver, though.
Yeah, a necessary prediction, obviously. It's the only way to go. MADBULLS, great to see that as well. I think you said that they gave them the boot, and they certainly did. They've got the boot print laying on the face now for VULGAR. Sad to see, but this is something that MADBULLS is so excellent at doing, which is just sending in and then going for that full commit, and then often succeeding off the back of it. And I think it really does take a player like TUNA, who is just no mercy, no surrender in those situations. He gets out the vehicle, he's fighting, he's going to go for it. FleekK, though, finds Old Boy. It's your boy once again, getting taken down. Should be able to be picked back up again. We'll see what happens. Robs is sending over, has the smoke in hand. We'll lay that one down, should give them covering fire. Major Pride also potentially a threat on this northern edge. So yeah, we've got the big names in the circle right now. Titans, Major Pride, MADBULLS, FleekK still hitting some heavy hitters. Zero will send him backwards, and that is a saving grace there for Titans, not even from their team.
Gives them a few more seconds to breathe, have a head count, reset the situation, and get all their players back on their feet, with Titan now back at 4 alive and standing. MADBULLS and KASIK team both suffering 1 casualty apiece, so with only 3 members of the party in position. Utility is there for a few of our players as we skim our way through, having a quick head count of what people are working with. A few smokes thrown down here for Icy, though, to shroud his position, giving him a break to try and get away into the other compound and flank round the back to link up with Havlik. Effect was aware of the situation, spams in, couple of tags on the smoke cross, but not enough to stop Icy. So Titan can at least regroup and play off the back of the 2 duos they're now running, with Major Pride just controlling the hedge line here, playing inside of the woods and holding on this, seeing if they can get contact against Titan.
I think, look, we're talking about Major Pride, we're talking about Titan right now, and it's completely reasonable considering where they are in the circle. 2 teams likely to take this game from the spots they're playing, but it's MADBULLS who is just running around, putting everyone in the washing basin, putting the sink on full blast, because they are just rinsing some of these teams. Another one goes down from Zero, knocked once again, and MADBULLS is just trying to clear out as much space as possible. TUNA has a nade, there's mollies on the tree line. TUNA could do nothing except just try and wander away, stumble back from this team that is just stomping the ground.
They just have so many nades, just explosion after explosion, with the fire and the flames nipping at them, keeping them trapped here. This tuna's getting cooked, and this is not what you want to be in. It's not the prime environment for a fish like this. They eat another nade as well as FleekK will throw in that one, supported by the backstab of KASIK team, as finally TUNA start to go down. But MADBULLS now aware that they're not the only ones with eyes on this angle. If you overpeak this, you're going to expose yourself to so many positions. And TUNA, not too cautious about it, actually does expose himself. At least Zerich is in position, always good for the trades. So this is turning into a real scrap now towards the backhand side, with 3 of our squads duking it out, and of course just Major Pride and Titans still trying to weave their way around to get a better placement in the zone.
Yeah, it certainly feels like MADBULLS sort of playing a different game to both Titans and Major Pride, like you say. Titans and Major Pride just like samurai duel, just slowly walking around one another. You've got the scrappy punk in MADBULLS who is just going in, doing as much damage as possible to any kind of team that they can find. And they really do have to create space for themselves. They're playing as a 3. They need to assert dominance, make sure these teams know they have to fear them. Right now, TUNA is in a horrible spot, stuck inside this ditch. I think MADBULLS realizes it's dangerous to peek them because they might get shot at by KASIK team, but they have to hold them in this spot. Titans getting close now, Jackie, though. Robs, with 2 nades remaining, would like to find some value off the back of this.
Throws out the first one. Starts to reposition, looking for a better angle to play in, and this could be a hell of a cut angle here. Look at Fleek's position. He's hearing all of this from the audio cues. First smoke thrown in close so he can fall further back. Wants to play with his squad rather than seeing if he can kind of peek the angle, try and find a bit of a tripwire play. Ooh, on the POV of TUNA though, Zero going straight to hero mode. Gets the flick shot off, good read onto the situation, kills the player inside of the vehicle, at least knocking him, so it puts more pressure on KASIK team to go for the revive. Zerich meanwhile spotting, clear line of sight back down onto Titan, but they take the initiative with it. Old boy hits the first and breaks the horns from the bull, instigating a fight that seems to be going their way. Robs the robber, going in to try and snatch anything he can get from this one as well. MADBULLS crumbling here, Blank.
Yeah, now for Titans, they have to go very, very quickly into this one. Zero already finds effects as Major Pride tries to make their way in, and Titans is just assaulting everyone on every single front here. They knew at some point they have to push over towards this ridge side, which is why they tried to take control of it very, very early on. It's a smart move, and Titans up to 7 eliminations. They could easily take themselves all the way up to 14 by the end of this game. Very much possible if they get every single elimination from TUNA as well as Major Pride. And Major Pride's in such a sticky spot. They realistically only need Icy, who's over towards the eastern side, to hold them. He has to be careful not to get knocked, but a little bit of chip damage as they're getting pushed in by the blue. He can do that. Very acceptable.
I think what's nice as well is how we've seen Titan actually playing a slower, smarter game here of PUBG Mobile. The longer this one's gone on, right? They saw their classic opportunity to sort of, hunt and look for the bloodlust in the opening moments of the game. Padded out their stats with a few eliminations, look good for the roaming, but now it's smart, it's strategic. But this is Major Pride's classics maneuver as they go for the fast instigation into the vehicles, driving down on Icy, peeking out as they trade 1-for-1 on the initial engagement. But you're in a rough spot, fighting downrange. Rob's at least with a hefty tag, he can't re-instigate, so they get an opportunity to heal. You've got a flank from Old Boy as well coming in with a nade. First dink onto Naomi makes it look awkward. Havlik has to deal with a whole squad on his own as well, Blank. This is all going south for Titan.
It's not good whatsoever. Rob's down as well, most likely going to be flushed here. Havlik will find at least one, but that's not necessarily enough. And now it's just Old Boy. Last left alive, and Major Pride with a massive smoke train into a beautiful rotate in the vehicles. May have just clinched themselves a chicken dinner.
How has it started to unravel like this? Major Pride. They just go for that quick, speedy instigation that they thrive in. They overwhelm Titan. There was no opportunity to respond. Fragmented down the middle and having to divide their attention between two teams did not work for them. And now Major Pride, are they going to be in control of the game? Or will there be an upset today to start us off? Can TUNA make a splash? And will they be the big fish somehow holding a chicken dinner in that lips of theirs?
Again, we're the same thing. The TUNA has got a taste for the Pride. It's looking to take them down. They're downhill as well, Jackie. They have to push all the way up towards this top side. This is a beautiful rock to play on for Zero, who's been historically really strong for the team. Noshi, no elimination, so feel a little bit colder here, but Abito, he's realistically been fairly strong as well on that side. Naomi has to back off, and Noshi will finish him. Abito just running forward with the UMP. 2 versus 2 now.
2 versus TUNA. It seems effect, armed and ready to rumble. Goes for the peek in, but Abito will beat him. 1-for-1 trade. This is going to be tight. Zero holding strong though, and TUNA, they will be able to claim it. An unexpected victor to take our first chicken dinner. But TUNA, deservedly, playing the numbers game on that one, Blank. They were smart. Found opportunities to peek in the back line, bob and weave, and actually go on to take the whole damn thing.
Yeah, really, really well played from TUNA. Very difficult game for them to grab, and it's so funny because the way we were looking at Jackie is like, there's Major Pride, there's MADBULLS, there's Titans. One of these teams is going to win. No, it's TUNA. Very good at playing the underdog squad is this team. Again, I think there's a lot to talk about here. The Desk going to have a field day with it, but MADBULLS with their quick rotates, the amount of area they cleared out. Major Pride taking that win versus Titan Gaming. It's all so crazy, Jackie. But again, we won't talk about it too much. We'll hand this back over to Claris and Max because we're nice like that.
Swimming upstream, you might think, oh, we're vulnerable, we're small tuna, but then all of a sudden, actually that's salmon, never mind. We have got ourselves a victory here for them as Tuna is able to do it against some of the huge bears in this lobby, just batting them away left. It's another salmon thing again. Never mind, we've got ourselves a victory for them here. Max, they were able to do it very well considering you've got your major pride, you've got Titan in this kind of late game scenario, but Tuna held down strong.
Yeah, in a game where you're like most of the top teams still remaining are your MADBULLS, your Titans, your Major Prides, it is really a strong show up from them. And it's fair to say Tuna played the very slow game. They were just waiting for fights to happen around them, and they were playing very opportunistic. Every time a fight would break out, for example, Titan fighting MADBULLS, they were pushing the circle a little bit deeper, start to get clearance on some of those strong positions, and then get eliminations off the back of that. So I do like how Tuna were executing this game. 18 points to kick off third phase. That is a really good start for them to get. Yeah. I hope we can see more of that in particular, but also not only that, I think that you mentioned in particular, Kalas, Major Pride they punished Titan's game plan pretty much in the late game really, really efficiently.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you identify that they're in a 1-3 split like that, like absolutely rock up to Icy and absolutely shut him down. Icy did actually very well for himself considering he got one knock off the back of that. But still, yeah, not enough to be able to hold down that situation. And all things considered there, as you have Titan in what was effectively a great spot for them during all of that. MADBULLS couldn't play the south side because of that valley, so Titan has a great opportunity to launch themselves into that position. It's still not enough to be able to circumnavigate the power of all these other teams kind of moving around on that west side, which I thought we were going to eliminate one another, but not to be the case entirely here, Max.
Yeah, even though it was not MADBULLS chicken dinner, I'm very impressed with how they played it. They kept Gladiators on the western bridge. They cleared Dark Project so they would have full clearance on the western edge. Then rotate because of, as you said, it's hard for them to rotate through the valleys. Clear Vulgar Boys. Actually, Vulgar Boys had a decent game in terms of eliminations, but it was not an easy game, but they made the most out of tough circle shifts that were going away from them a lot of the time. So 2.3k damage, 12 elimination, decent ratio for them. Though Titan, we said it many times, right, Kalash, that we wanted to see this team reach the late game a little bit more. We wanted to see more consistency on that survival time. Sure, the circle did go the way of their compound a decent amount, but I feel like they really tried to make sure they were locking down a lot of the positions as they transitioned in the center circle. So I'm glad to see Titan trying things that I think is a bit different from their first two phases, and I want to see more of this, hopefully, moving forward.
I mean, if you get a compound like that, you've got to run with it, right? So it's okay for that. Julika, once again, looking strong alongside Flykey, who's got himself 800 damage done. And as much as actually they were able to take the top spots here, like the fact that they had to try and play that south side and then wrap around, I think it's very commendable the way in which they approached it. But again, likewise, Major Pride on that north side, making the moves that they did. It's just like two different styles on each side of this circle, right? That kind of really pop off and shine.
This is the reason why MADBULLS are so high on the rankings. I mean, currently first place when it comes to the bonus points and overall rankings is because this is a game where you would expect a team like MADBULLS in this position to die. I think that everyone here would expect them to not make it as far as they actually did, but they are so smart at understanding how the lobby plays, at finding the best case scenario even though you are in a bad situation, and they make the most out of it. They pick up a few eliminations. Sure, they don't get the podium finish, but that is okay because they racked up so many eliminations along the way that they make it still a good performance despite not being able to get that win. And as you said, IC still able to get himself that one knock, able to buy some extra time, but they really just fell down onto Titan and then just lost all the players. Though I was a bit surprised that at this moment, Tuna didn't try and spread out multiple angles. I thought because of that they might lose, but I think Naomi got a little bit too greedy there and did make himself vulnerable.
Yeah, their position in the end was just too strong. As much as, yes, I think actually fanning out is a good idea to try and get yourself off angles and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. They got themselves the win, right? So it's okay, it's okay. And as you say, maybe Major Pride, slight overstep off the mark there as things do go on. One team, though, that I was particularly impressed by, and I think you were as well, Max, Vulgar Boys. We're seeing the status quo shaken up a little bit in this first game. Tuna wins, and Vulgar Boys is blasting on the east side.
Yeah, they did the rotation. We did the same 2 days ago. We did the exact same rotation in our game, and well, they got more eliminations than well, me at least. You know, I'm not a big fragger, but I'm there sometimes just to assist the boys. And Pilads in particular able to get himself 3 eliminations along the side of Dakimi. And First Man has been a little bit more silent recently. Dakimi has been like a real standout player, which I love to see, but never, no doubt, Foops man. He'll always be there, Kalaris. He'll always.
There he is, the Foops man, with all the power of Foops on his side. And I mean, they looked great on that east side here, so can't fault them for that. I hope that they're able to keep that kind of momentum going here for phase 3, though. Maybe that is a push for them in the right direction, because honestly, there were some moments in the previous phases where it felt like they were floundering a little bit and not able to round out games. Of course, they were nowhere near rounding out this game. It's not by any stretch of the imagination. They weren't near the final circle, but getting that many eliminations when you've got a situation where you think that you're probably not going to be able to get towards the late game, awesome. That's a brilliant salvage game, Max.
Yeah, and actually as they were entering the eastern side, there was a fight that they won 4v4 that very, very dominantly so. That was them versus KONINA Power. And KONINA Power, we mentioned them many times in their storyline, which is they've been improving significantly day after day after day. And they just completely swept them aside. And of course, that did open up an opportunity for MADBULLS, as we stated. They heard that fight happening southeast, saw that that was a good opportunity to third party it, clear the remnants of VULGAR Boys at the time, then get a decent entry point in the circle. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can see more of this VULGAR Boys, like the VULGAR Boys that was never aggressive enough, that would be gifted circles, but not able to capitalize on strong opportunities. With what we've seen here, you just merged that with their strong positions in phase 1, phase 2. Maybe we're going to see some wins coming in through. So this is a good change of pace.
Maybe. Let's take a look at how things shape up for Miramar, though, coming up here as we move on to the desert. And it's the usual suspects for the most part, alongside Dagestan and Alpha Team, who have got themselves quite the good conversion rate here on Miramar. Wouldn't mind seeing another big Dagestan win here, Max.
Yeah, I would always like to see myself a smiley Shifu. You know, that's always
he's so smiley.
Makes me happy. He's so smiley guy. Still would like to see Major Pride get himself some stats, so it would be cool to see. But I always believe in my Alpha Team, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, let's get to it then. It's time to head over to the casters for the Dusty Dunes. Let's go to Miramar with Jackie and Blank.
Off we go to a nice dusty desert location, Blank. This is a nice one. You booked this. You told me you're going to take me on a nice holiday. I was like, cool, that sounds lovely. You didn't tell me what sort of clothes to bring, Blank, so I haven't brought any. Are we going to survive this trip?
Probably not. You know, what it looks like, you're wearing, you know, a black t-shirt. That's not going to be good for the heat. You're going to absorb everything there. But off the dusty dunes, as Clara said it, you're going to give us the old dusty tunes as well, which I'm happy to see. Happy to get into Miramar right now and watch how this one does unfold, because I think Miramar is always a very, very fun map for us. We get a lot of interesting finishes here. We have some teams that are absolutely fantastic on this map overall. MADBULLS being one of them. Chef's kiss. Also, Gladiators starting to bring things up to speed on this map as well. They didn't have the best of times on Erangel, getting held out by MADBULLS, who just seem to be really on it today already, just looking at Erangel. VULGAR Boys, though, as Des was saying, we highlighted them on the cast. We said, wow, that's nice to see. They're fighting people. They're not just, you know, sticking their head in the sand, which is not what you want to do in Miramar, even though there is a lot of it. They are trying to go for some engagements, and they got quite a few eliminations off the back of it. So, yeah, great to see. But again, we are starting to see those same teams every single time towards the end circles. MADBULLS, Major Pride, Titans, Gladiators, every time. And if this keeps up, we are starting to see some of these teams break away from the major pack and head themselves towards that finals finish.
And it's your last few opportunities, really, to actually cram some of those points in, get yourself far enough up the standings, because, of course, as we've seen, it's been so competitive. It's been so closely grouped, where the difference of a few points, a few chicken dinners here or there, even one at times, can be enough to cause a real shift in the top 3. So any sort of movement outside of that is what you're going to be looking for. So maximizing points is always going to be the name of the game. To support yourself, give yourself enough of a buffer towards the end of the season. Starting to see how things shape up, though, in terms of the zone, so we will have our drops coming in.
Over towards the western side, El Pozzo, Open, Dark Projects there, Montenuevo with MUERTE, seeing them for the start of the day here. Again, we love MUERTE, big fan of this team. Haven't really been able to put up a lot of points as of recently. Still doing fairly well in the overall standings though. Just a case of some of these end games for them are a little bit wishy-washy, with MADBULLS taking a bit more risk to get into strong positions than having the firepower to back that up. To MUERTE sometimes, you know, not being fully coordinated like we do see MADBULLS in those situations. So I think those teams that can really draw like a good comparison between them and their play style, it just feels like MADBULLS is the slightly upgraded version, right? They've evolved. They've got to the level where they can get that bit of extra action in there towards those end games. I think MUERTE can learn a lot from that team. It's a great team for them to study, considering they do have similar play styles. But I would like to see a bit more from MUERTE, because they are a strong team. They've shown us some really cool things. Gladiators, though, on our screens. Let's see where they're heading. Currently up towards La Cabrilla. The Nameless all around them at the moment, so really heavily invading their drop spot.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how they've sort of matched one another, you know, because you've got the 4 sort of solos mirrored by 4 solos there almost in terms of the setup. It looked quite nice, very pattern-esque as we went to the mini-map, but probably not going to be as nice for you if you're trying to do a bit of looting. You've got to deal with everyone around you the entire time. So a bit of a rotation, slightly further out for Tixi, give himself some breathing room to get some loot in. Nexus on screens here as well. Had the right ideas and were willing to scrap a whole lot earlier than they normally do into the previous outing. So that bodes well. Even if they didn't have the best game of it, or, you know, go on for the longest sort of run getting close to the chicken dinner, they at least showed us some good signs in terms of adaptation, being willing to fight a little bit earlier, which is one of the things that I would like to see change from Nexus. I think the plays have been smart and they've gotten very comfortable, you know, late creeping their way in, playing the edge for as long as possible, playing the zone for as long as possible. But in this day and age, with some of the squads that we're starting to see, with how things are changing in terms of the pace, if Nexus can attribute that a little bit better, get a bit cleaner and winning some of these fights, that could be sick for them.
Yeah, again, it's a great point you make there, because the meta has changed a bit, right? You know, it's starting to shift things up just slightly, and I think you have to get with the times. You've got to read the newspaper, the old PUBG Mobile Herald, check what's going on, because we do have a very much center-based lobby now. It's interesting, though, because the way that a lot of teams are playing this is that they'll creep towards that edge side, and then they'll try and take space. And aggressive pushes tend to be the big things we're starting to see a lot more of, with MADBULLS leading the charge on that side of things with these aggressive pushes that they're often able to pull off. But Major Pride going for them, Titans are going for them, Gladiators even. I think for Gladiators, their main issue is the fact that they do lose players on the approach a few times, so the coordination when it comes to those team fights where they have to get a bit hectic, you know, things don't always go to plan. You sort of have to have a plan B, plan C. Even further beyond that, a lot of times you got 2 plan Bs in there for whatever reason. I don't know. You know, maybe it's plan B point 2.
Plan A, plan 2, plan Z.
You got all of them.
You know,
plan beta.
Go through the numbers. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You could do some Roman numerals. So you plan like VII.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it would make things slightly complicated, and I would probably ask my IGL, why do we have all these conflicting names for the plans?
Where are we on the strat book? Page 2, plan Fluffy Bunny. What?
What? I don't know this playbook, man. Come on. I didn't read that. So yeah. So I think some of these teams, again, like what we're trying to say, what we're trying to say the other day is you do need to be doing a little bit of improvisation. Which is very important for these guys. I think that's starting to be the big game changer, especially for teams like Major Pride, Titans, MADBULLS. They're very good at that. It's just switching things up on the fly. And again, we can come back to Nexus on that front, because a lot of times this team, they've got one play in the playbook at the moment, which is head towards that edge side. Not comfortable to get messy with it towards that end game. But I think shown off from where they took that position over towards Bridge on the eastern side, they're starting to try and get some practice in. Again, Phase 3, it's slightly late, but I think for a team like Nexus that is constantly on the rise right now, and I say they're one of our biggest improving teams, it bodes well for next year and potentially the finals. I think they should get into it.
I think it's good as well, right? Because obviously, you know, you kind of have that blessing of if they are able to keep themselves in the runnings to make it towards finals, if you adapt a little bit, give yourself a bit more breathing room to play in, potentially you are able to hide your player style a little bit going into those finals, makes it harder for some of the other teams to have you pinned as easily. So, could be one of those. Maybe switch it up a little bit, see how the chips start to lie, see if you're content with the changes that you found. We'll come back to that point later on, though. We'll see if Nexus can prove anything else to add some more points on their side over the course of the day. Meanwhile, here, you got a bit of a brawl going down at the barn. That's what we've been seeing, with PERMITTA taking control of the compound here, lobbing out the odd bits and bobs and trying to keep their heads down, whilst KASIK team hold them in. 3 of the 4 players here, though, with one of them a little bit further back. Seems like that's English just running around, having a little bit of a scouting mission towards the wayside, with PERMITTA basically just stuck in place.
Again, it gives me some bad flashbacks, man, over towards phase 1, where it's a case of PERMITTA Esports as 4 trying to push over towards KASIK. You only had 2 players, Trofka and English. I think that's where we start to see KASIK's return to form, really, on that day in phase 1. And even now, I think PERMITTA's a little bit worried to go for this one. KASIK team understands that they don't want to spend too much time around this location. It's very easy to get caught up towards this barn side, towards longhouses. So they try and get themselves in towards a spot on the western side. Then you can start playing the ridge, push up towards El Pozzo. I like this move from KASIK. They can now start to think about holding out PERMITTA Esports depending on where the next circle goes. Very decent. Very respectable. Teams on the other side of the map, though, towards the eastern side, you can see them right now on your screen. Alpha moving their way in. You also got VULGAR over towards that northern side. NEXUS, KONINA Power, Dagestan, MADBULLS, and No Mercy Warriors all trying to get their way in towards the circle. So we've got a lot of teams not quite in as of yet. This circle, though, is quite punishing. You do have that little bit of mountainside over towards the western edge that is just unplayable area. You've got the ridge side down towards the south, which likely no one's going to want to head up towards that early on. So Monte Nuevo is becoming a very much focal spot on the map. You know what the best thing about this is, Jackie? DeMuerte doesn't have to go for any of those crazy rotations, and maybe we'll just see a clean DeMuerte game.
It'd be nice to see. You were talking about it earlier, it's always sick to see improvements from DeMuerte. Very fun squad to watch. They're able to thrive in the moments of carnage, hit some worldies of shots, really. But they do play some blinding PUBG from time to time too, so we'll see how things start to look the longer this one goes on. Right now, though, you've got the mass migration of both KASIK team and PERMITTA, who are trying to bypass the setup here from Major Pride. Bit by bit, all of them are taking shots all over the shop. PERMITTA seeming far worse for wear, as they're just getting absolutely mauled by the animals of Major Pride. Effect instigates a clash on the road, and you've also been able to get another knock off onto towards the backhand side, where Naomi is rotated around to clean up. Doesn't even need to. Effect just doing it all on his lonesome. So this has made it far more awkward here for PERMITTA. Meanwhile, KASIK team kind of skirted their way by. They've set themselves up in a compound, so they do actually have a sec to catch their breath and breathe with this one. A blessing that isn't really there for PERMITTA, with 2 of the players now fully confirmed to be gone from the squad.
Yeah, I think KASIK realized that there was a bit of a scary team in this location. They'll just stop short over towards that eastern edge. Effect looking more like an advanced starship from the future, with the laser beams that he was throwing out towards the PERMITTA players as they tried to swing on past the vehicle. Pretty easy. Nice to see from Effect, as always. Gladiators, though, they spot aces. That's a pretty long shot as well. Coming through from him with the Mini 14. Gladiators love this weapon. And they are fairly slick with it as well. I think it's what makes them one of the best teams here on Miramar, is just because they're so comfortable in that long-range combat. We do often see them with basically no ammo in the endgame, though, so I'd like to see that slight hiccup stop happening as much, as frequently as before, especially if you're playing such a long-range gameplay. You don't need as many frag grenades up until that end game. You can hold on to them. You know, 3 or 4 is more than enough, and then you can pack the rest of the bags there with just ammo with that 5.56 available for the Mini 14.
Alpha team on your screens, though. Always fun to watch. It feels like we've actually had a lot of pleasantries to say about Alpha in recent history. Absolutely cursed them instantly, though. The second I get to witness some of the gameplay, as Egshipa was going for the close quarters engagement, tried to clear the lip and battle downhill, takes a hefty shot, and he's going to be left feeling quite ill on that one. Mandarin as well. This is just uncomfortable. Had a game plan on him, had a clear getaway. Problem is, he couldn't drive his way down the hill to save his life. And then he's eaten bullets, and that's taken him out of commission, resulting in quite an uncomfortable way to finish that one. We tune in with the Gladiators as well, that seem to just be really amongst the thick of it at the minute, trying to clear out the building with the remainder of Dark Project inside of it. Hefty nades in through the top floor windows. That'll down them, and they keep themselves alive after a close encounter there.
You are lucky as anything. That nade came out the window, almost flushed Matic, almost flushed Tixi. Sam usually gets on that res, starts to pick their boy back up again. But with 4 players, most likely to get back up in a fairly high ground position, Gladiators have a real good chance this game. MADBULLS Frozen is down versus No Mercy Warriors towards this western side of the map. Wobbly, still going in. Lobs a Molotov up on high, tries to get the burn in over towards the smoke. As it blooms, Erich will just swing over towards the edge, but he's found by Marlow. So MADBULLS not having the best time of it here on Miramar as they tried to head as central as possible.
Flique firing off bullets up close, just peeking when he finds an opportunity to. Exchange of nades, that one seems to be trying to force them back as Obley wants to instigate the fight. The shotgun so close to taking him down as the DBS will find the suppressing fire. The SMGs will be enough to clean up. So MADBULLS out in 14th place this time, unable to find a big, deep run onto this one as they do crumble away quite quickly here on Miramar.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I think No Mercy Warriors and MADBULLS have very similar rotational paths, and it has actually been No Mercy Warriors, which don't seem to do too much in a lot of games, but what they certainly do, especially on Miramar, is take down MADBULLS, sort of like their kryptonite at the moment. Don't really know what to do too much about them. No Mercy Warriors will continue onwards, though, up towards the western side, towards the ridge sides. No compounds on this other side of the road, on the western edge, but certainly does give you the ability to play from this area for a little bit. MUERTE currently holding on to a really strong spot for themselves. They do have this split on, though. I don't like the split. It scares me a lot of times. I'm not quite that flexible. MUERTE certainly is, though, but this is where you have the case of, does it bend or does it break?
The old classic. A question as old as time. We'll see. We'll see how they'll be able to deal with this one. Luckily enough, it seems like most squads starting to close the gaps between the spacing that we've got here with them. MUERTE still being the standout, though. Corker so far ahead from the rest of the pack, looking for the close encounter that he's going to be running into with Gladiators, most likely. Looking at the movement we're starting to see. We'll hone in early on with SBG as Victor. He's trapped and going to be blown to bits by Trofka as the nade will land right on target. The rest of the squad quite low on HP and supplies, so can't really afford to make a bit of a hero maneuver to try and save the man. They know he's basically gone for good, so they'll keep on roaming and steamroll up to try and find some cover to heal in. That's going to be this shed that they'll find respite.
Yeah, horrible spot to be in. Again, we talked about this earlier where KASIK just moved off from the compound that PERMITTA was in. They moved back up towards this side. They're holding the ridge edge. It's this smart moves coming through from KASIK team. I do like it. You know, they cleared out this area earlier. They moved back up towards it. And they're just going to try and play off the top of this little hillside. And I think he's got a lot of cover to be moved around with. Major Pride did saddle themselves in front of them. So either way, wherever KASIK's gone, Major Pride has followed. So slight difficulty there for them. But I think either way, looking at the rotation from KASIK team, the moves that they made down towards the south side, back up towards the north, it shows initiative. It shows like a game plan in motion. So they're certainly thinking ahead here, Jackie.
Got their eyes set in the right place. Thinking about the future, thinking about the longevity of this one. An important game here. Feels like really this whole week has so much more pressure riding on it for some of our squads that are only a stone's throw away from giving themselves a couple more points here Getting closer and closer towards finals. Malloy forced to fall back a little bit, not really liking the spacing that he's being presented with a squad so close towards him, playing directly underneath. You've got a bit of line of sight to play off in terms of his teammates' contact, and Rogo really does take a hefty hit on that one. So Malloy re-peaks off the back of it and does clean up onto both of those, scavenging those eliminations away and stealing them for MUERTE.
You kind of respect the DeWerte still going for the split as well. And I do like where they're currently playing. Like, yes, it's a little bit dangerous. One player goes down, suddenly you're going to have to collapse on towards that player. You suddenly lose a lot of pressure around the map itself. But for them, the positions that they are in, they're quite inaccessible to a lot of teams. So right now, this is very smart. You know, they're doing exactly what we saw there, is that any team that's a bit of a straggler, got 2 players or less, they're just trying to take them down, clear out as much of the lobby as possible. Corker taking shots over towards Gladiators, I think that is, or over the way completely to the Nameless, who have to push in over this roadside. And the circle still keeps a lot of these teams in towards their little elevated positions on the map. A lot of little compounds to play around with. I would laugh if this heads up towards the northern side and we have to have an urban finish.
Wonder where this one's going to go then. If we'll be getting something wacky. The day already started off a little bit unorthodox with our first zone we had back on Erangel. What's to come here on Miramar? What sort of things are in store for us? Because already some of the surprises have been in store early, with TUNA taking the first chicken dinner of the day. Who's got their eyes set on taking this one?
Set us up pretty nicely, actually. Most teams not too unhappy with this one. MUERTE really do have the pick of the litter of where they want to play now, though. There is this northern edge, slightly spooky. Could still head up this way. But for a fair few teams, it does get slightly dicey. I think Major Pride's got a decent position, but there's so many teams that know their location, Jackie, and already they lose another player because they have been in the thick of it for a long time, taking shots towards MUERTE, SPG, KASIK team. They've been a lot of enemies, and now they're starting to clap back a bit.
Yeah, they found a lot of fights. And a few of these they've walked away with their heads held high. A couple of these fights have left them with scratches, left them with bruises, and of course that now means that Major Pride are one of the teams that are going to be fighting with only a trio left alive in the squad. Even worse for both SBG and KONINA Power, though, down to just a duo remaining there. We've already been able to thin out 5 squads from this one going into the 5th stage. What's going to be really shaping up? What are we going to be looking at here? Who's going to start to peel ahead from the pack? That's what I'm wondering about. I do sort of wonder about the longevity of MUERTE on this. We've touched on them every now and then. I'd like to see MUERTE have a really big game on this one. Give us a storyline to build off. I'm surprised the split's been working so well for so long, with them even finding the 3 pickups onto Malloy. And at the minute, they're being able to evade some of these encounters quite nicely. But Dagestan are looking to engage on this. You've got KONINA Power's duo down towards the wayside as well. So it could get a bit more crazy in the next few moments.
It's sort of where MUERTE has to really regroup now. They have to confirm on a spot, play it out. You can't really afford to be going for this big split now. There could be a lot of teams over towards this area, over towards this part of the map where single player gets picked off, it's over. We got one wildcard Gladiators pick coming through from Kalaris over towards that western edge. Everyone else has gone for MUERTE. We want to see if they can confirm this one up. Corker still playing his high ground. The rest of the team moves in. Zadira already drops from Dagestan. This is a good start for MUERTE, but that's a nasty nade, but it pops just a bit early there, Jackie. That could have been humongous.
Could have been the difference of life or death in a situation like this, and now it starts to get a bit scary, really. Oh, on the ridge, Shifu, he thought he had the timing to instigate on that one. Turns a little bit too late, delayed on the peak. Furia, however, always so quick and clinical in these up-close engagements. He trades it back and puts the pressure on Dagestan. They're crumbling from it as well. You've got 2 players fully taken out of action. 1 knock, and all of the pressure just riding on one man. That's Keep, who's spotted out by Trofka, no less. So KASIK team even finding a small third party at the end of this one, and now potentially setting their focus onto MUERTE here. There's nice spacing between them, but it could be something to build into.
Yeah, exactly. I think for KASIK team, they have been playing a really good long game here. Like we said before, the game plan was there. They had a lot of longevity just in terms of their plan, where they wanted to head to, where they wanted to place their pieces on this board. So I'm very, very excited to see what KASIK could do with this game. They've played it out quite calmly, very smartly. But we'll check back with them later. MUERTE, they regroup a little too slowly for my liking, Jackie. Quite honestly. They do get back together. They're able to take down Dagestan, who just swung straight past them. That is a lot of it down to the fact of how good some of these players are on the team and just gun skill in general. But now they need to start thinking about how they want to play the rest of this game out. They continue to go back out to this 4-man split. Scary. Once again, I don't like it, but there it is. This is MUERTE to a T.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Just watching it on the minimap really does make you a bit anxious. It's like those magnets that just push each other away constantly. They can never get close to one another. You're just playing sort of the 4-pronged attack. Meanwhile, here, you've got the skewer from the Gladiators as they look to spearhead an engagement up against the Nameless, and it's gone pretty damn easily for them. They run in, clean up on everyone that will peek them from inside of the building, burn them out of a comfortable angle, and make it far harder. Meanwhile, here, No Mercy Warriors have stepped up to the plate as the next team that wants to take on MUERTE and see if they can live to tell the tale. Big opening pick though is Furia, an impact fragger for the side. He's been taken out of commission quite early into this one. Corker's looking for an opportunity to swing down onto Watch Me, but doesn't have the minerals for it just yet. Doesn't want to commit to the peak. Knows he's been spammed from his teammates' communication across, but he's just waiting for the get-go on this one. Nades go in to try and cleave him out of position. Oh, Watch Me. How is he still standing?
Yeah, I mean, just got the first aid kit off as well. Should have really gone down to that nade. Another one goes through. That one's on target. One player down there. Marlow trying to deal with Shockwave as well as Gladiators. You're right, Corker just biding his time here. 36 bullets only remaining, so he needs a resupply, needs it fast. He's been playing up on this hillside. As soon as he comes down, not likely to get back up there again. Kitsune, lucky to still have his life here. Tixi sending across, just a blaze in the buggy there. Will find his way in like a flash.
In the blink of an eye. Ooh, Azar. Well-placed bullet. One right between the eyes, but it's Gladiators that have been surprised by this play. Already losing numbers and forced to use so much utility and waste time here to back off and try and reset the squad. Kitsune still trying to get his HP back to have some sort of semblance of health to work with in a fight like this. You're relatively trapped as well in terms of the map geometry. There's not too much cover to fall further back, and every time they do try and slip away, nades are being dashed out by Shockwave. That's a clean connection onto Meku that blows him off his feet. This is rough for Gladiators. The steel is getting dented here, Blank.
You can see why they're doing this though, why they're being so aggressive. The blue is currently pushing Aza in. It's pushing the rest of the team in as well. So if they can isolate them onto this one building, it becomes very difficult. And nades are a lot easier to send towards this top side. So yes, they're going to take a couple of knocks here. If that went in through the window, that would have been Terminus' life there. But fortunately, just lands on the balcony. But yeah, you can see why Gladiators were so aggressive. They do get everyone back up again, but they will also have to move. MUERTE might be able to take precedent over towards the eastern side of this high ground. They want to get rid of the last players from No Mercy Warriors. And to be honest with you, Corker desperately needs a resupply on one of these death crates.
He needs something to work with. You got to give him some ammunition. Something. Surely at this point, he's basically fully out of ammo. Or he's been able to reloot. So Corker's back in the game here. That should at least rearm him. Oh, Malloy. Drops to the deck, tries to evade the nade. That one will connect. Here's thrown back across. Unfortunately misses and won't be able to deal the opening chip damage for them to kick off this engagement with an edge here versus Obli, as he's just playing on the rock, tucked in. 6 smokes and a Molotov in his back pocket. Goes for the bold heal. Corker peeks into it, spots him, but he's just jiggling on this, trying to bait him out, seeing if he can find his head here over the top of the ridge.
This is a wild shot from Corker. That's along the way towards KASIK in the midst of all this versus Wobbly from No Mercy Warriors. Pretty insane here, Jackie. You love to see it. How did he get tagged by Molly? I'm really confused by that. But KASIK team could have been a really big contender for this game. But Trofka going out this early is really good. Gladiators have played a very fantastic game here versus SHOCKWAVE. It has been scrappy. It's not been easy, but it's just a little bit more they have to do to finish it off. And they will continue through here with 4 players, 10 eliminations. They've done so well, Jackie, from this Western side. Like I said, this has been a difficult push for them, and they've shown real gusto to get to this point of the game.
Yeah, this is mad. MUERTE haven't really been conforming to any sort of rules either. They've been playing a tremendous game, going by the beat of their own drum, and you can see again here, they're still trying to fight their way through this, being able to shut down KASIK team at every opportunity. So in terms of the brawling, it feels like both Gladiators and MUERTE, well, they've been delivering. Foomsman, though, stealing away the spotlight, as he'll be able to hit a tasty shot on the Mini 14, downing one of the players on MUERTE. You've got what remains of VULGAR boys here, just the duo of Foopsman and co, now on the move, looking to see if there's anyone else that's going to peek into them. They've got a read onto the back line where Gladiators are coming from. Oh man, this could get a bit more interesting then towards the final 4 teams, with both MUERTE, Gladiators, VULGAR boy and Major Pride being in the kickings.
Yeah, VULGAR getting a little bit offensive here in the games, taking some nasty little pot shots over towards him. Foopsman popping off, most likely to go down here. But again, this is another late finish from the VULGAR boys, top 4. This is actually fantastic to see. Not a bad amount of eliminations, another decent placing. We'll go for the smoke train now. Needs one a little bit in front of this one to get over towards Major Pride. I mean, this is the danger area. This is probably the position that you should have smoked first. And it's the one they've left the biggest gap in. Bit confusing, but again, getting across the road there, either way, it would have been very difficult. Those smokes had to be a bit more sporadic. But again, when you're in that moment where you're being pushed by the blue, the pressure is on a little bit, Jackie. I'll give them that. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
Now we're down to Gladiators. MUERTE lost a player as well. Matic, though, spots black-white. He sat inside the building, and Major Pride had just kind of sat this game out for quite some time. 2 eliminations, but a top 3 placing. Very nice for them in terms of their PMGC spot. This is what they want to see.
If things go the way they should, MUERTE in the driving seat to be able to take this one in pole position. But Gladiators and Major Pride, never really a side that you can turn your nose up at and think they don't have an opportunity to steal something away. For Major Pride, it's far harder, as it's just black-white basically stuck inside the compound looking for a kind of an opportunity, some sort of longevity on this one. Potentially, if there is a scrap between the 2 teams, maybe he can find a third party. Otherwise, it's about just keeping his nose clean and avoiding going down to the blue or being shot at for as long as possible. Gladiators mirroring the setup almost from what we've got from MUERTE here, with the 3 layers of high ground. Matic's the one on the top spot, Malloy on the other side for MUERTE, all of them focusing currently on Major Pride's position, looking to lock down black-white first, with smokes being thrown out. He's looking for the read at least and trying to gather info on this. Saw an opportunity to peek up towards Matic, but instantly Meku will finish him off, and it leaves us then with the Sage Step. The final battle between MUERTE and Gaming Gladiators on this one.
Furia, TUNA, the Grenadier, as we like to call him. The positions from Gladiators should be quite easily known. There's only so many spots you could play here, and MUERTE coming into this one did garner the side that had a fair few amount of positions available to play. Nade down there will provide at least some kind of positioning. Malloy appears from nowhere. Matic's caught off guard. The jump back down is not so great. Meku also hits the deck. Kitsune last remaining, and Furia runs up with the MG3. And the big machine gun with a big amount of bullets will take the rest of Gladiators out of the game. A really nice chicken dinner there from MUERTE. Straight control from start to finish.
You love to see it. MUERTE playing their own game there. But interestingly, you know, a lot of splits, a lot of aggression, but just taking it in their stride, thriving inside of the fights. And overall, I think that's nice to see. You know, that's a sort of Miramar classic where you want to root for DeMuerte. You want to see what they're going to be able to do. And they don't fluff their lines in the finish as well. Really clean from DeMuerte, Blank.
It's beautiful. I mean, it didn't break. It bent. That's the main thing. You know, they were flexible with it. I enjoyed that end game. It was very, very nice, Jackie. It's what you want to see from DeMuerte, especially being able to regroup, because they did come back together a fair few times.
They did indeed. And we will come back. We'll return after the break. For the meantime, though, grab yourself a drink and then join us for even more PUBG action.
DeMuerte slipping, sliding, swerving, getting themselves a chicken dinner here for our second game of the day. They had a lot of options available to them from the position that they were playing, and they were able to strike gold here, Max. Good stuff.
Yeah, I kept saying the entirety of this game, oh, they have to regroup, and then they just keep winning fights and without regrouping fully. Well, fair enough. As long as it works, I can't argue with the results, but good transition points and clearing teams, especially that fight over to the east on KASIK team and Dagestan was very, very important, so good on them to be able to clear that angle to make sure they can really extend themselves into the late game. And we win it! Look at that! Oh, yeah. Oh, Kalaris. Oh, no.
Yeah, great. Cool. Anyway, at least Gladiators had harder fights that they had to take. But anyway, let's talk about DeMuerte.
Oh, okay,
17 limbs go their way. 27 points. To be fair, that's a huge game to start off Phase 3 here, Max, considering that they were not one of the gatekeepers, but one of the teams knocking on the door, right, when it came to that top pack. And DeMuerte, what a start for them, Phase 3.
Yeah, I mean, as their first game, right? This was their first game, then they just start popping off and blasting. It was 27-pointer game to launch themselves in Phase 3, so really good start from them. Third, you said Gladiators, interesting fights over to the western side. They were not easy to take, and SHOCKWAVE gave them a decent fight back and forth, but really Gladiators just, we know Kalaris, they have the fragging power to just tear through everything, and here SHOCKWAVE are just not going to be up to the task, and GG just got nice in a top 2 position that was not given to them compared to DeMuerte, that, as you said, had many options and very easy transition points in a circle like this.
Yep, no, for sure, for sure. Thomas trying to cheat me out of a point. Gladiator's got second. Yeah, I saw 0 on the prediction sheet. I'm like, what is going on here? But woo, Malloy, 10 elims alone here. Have we seen a double-digit single player yet until just now?
Yes, yeah, we have.
Did we?
I'm sure we saw like some. Yeah, we've had some. I'm pretty sure, at least. I'll have to go back and check, but yeah.
Regardless, that's amazing that we've just witnessed that from Malloy here. I mean, the vantage point he had going up against these teams on that low ground, that was fantastic to see in terms of what was very weird terrain, especially between DeMuerte and Gladiators. The fact that you then have to play that against one another, knowing that that's the only location the other team can be at, considering where they were looking. So DeMuerte had the wherewithal to be able to win that fight.
Yeah, almost 3k damage. I mean, they were taking so many shots this entire game. We saw players like Korka be, actually Trofka, sorry, be almost out of bullets. No, what I'm saying, Korka, yeah, being almost out of bullets with that mini 14 and M4 because he was just constantly taking shots at everyone around him. So he was just trying to create some space for the entirety of his team so they could transition later on down the line. Though, yeah, almost 3k damage on the Miramar is insane from them. Though, actually, Gladiators, Matic, I feel like really tried to lock things down in that finishing moment by going just as high ground as he possibly could, but Malloy getting that double at the end, he would just locked it down for them and put the nail in the coffin.
Yep, let's take a look at the highlights then and see what's been going on here on the desert. Again, as you were mentioning, kind of these high ground locations, very important for MUERTE. They're able to shut down a lot of encroaching threats coming their way. But at the same time, whilst we take a look at the highlights as well, I was impressed at actually how much Gladiators were able to win out those fights on the west side. Max, I did not think that they were going to be able to beat out SHOCKWAVE, considering SHOCKWAVE effectively wrestled their compound away from them and had that building advantage, but not to be the case.
Yeah, thanks to an opening knock, I think, on Kitsune at the time, and they were able to just cross over the road and actually play the northern side of the compound. Though, this is a very interesting fight because SHOCKWAVE initially had a good start to the fight. They got 2 knocks, and I was expecting, okay, they have smokes, they can block out visibility, cross over, clear the team, and then start playing that ridge. Instead, they slow things down. I think they res or just heal up their players, then transition to that ridge line and just leapfrog Gladiators. I think SHOCKWAVE should have fully pushed it at the time and just got the team eliminated, but they just waited it out a bit too long.
I liked the jump shot of the MG3 from Fury at the end as well there against Gladiators. That gun, man. Oh, that gun. Anyway, let's take a look at the overalls here as we spray hip fire into this, with number 1 being MUERTE, 27 points off the back of that one game. TUNA currently in 2nd place. We'll see how long that lasts for. Likewise, though, I suppose we'll see how long 4th VULGAR Boys lasts for here, because it would be awesome to see them, these two teams in particular, continue that on and really shake things up at the top.
Yeah, unfortunately, this game of Miramar we just played, a lot more VULGAR Boys-like. Unfortunately, not able to get too much presence in the late game. But yeah, if they just get a little bit of a confidence boost and then start taking more fights when they have strong positions, that's the one thing I'm waiting for, is when VULGAR Boys are going to be gifted a circle, because it's going to happen, Kalaris. It's happened in the past. It's going to happen in Phase 3 at some point. I want to see them zoning teams away just a lot more aggressively. So if they do so, maybe a winner will be coming out from VULGAR Boys, but they need a big Phase 3 because the first 2 phases, it wasn't quite that.
Yeah, want those extra bonus points on the board. Titan here in 9th place with the 12 points overall. NEXUS and KONINA Power, 2 teams I have my eyes on. Really want to see them step up here throughout Phase 3 as well. They have the potential and the chops and the ability to do it, but will they, Max?
I mean, so far, NEXUS have been fighting SBG the entire time, so you know who I'm going to be supporting in that matchup. But SBG keep winning those fights. Yeah, it's weird. NEXUS keep going for these weird splits. They did it on Erangel early on the bridge where they sent Exo behind and he was getting a little bit too aggressive on his peak, and we saw something a bit similar here as they were leaving Power Grid. So I'd like to see them play a little bit closer to one another if they are taking these early game fights, because they tend to get punished really easily.
All right, well, let's check in with Monster Energy. They are here fueling all of PMPL EU Fall. Even a big thumbs up from Max as well. Wow, thanks, Max. That was cool. Do that more. We're going over to the commentators. To get this going, we're going over to the jungle. It's Sanhok with Jackie and Blank.
Hey, welcome to the jungle. Well, it will actually be a video game that probably does have some fun involved in it, Blank, because this should be another banger.
Yeah, I mean, I hope there was some fun involved. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of video games? There's no fun involved. I bet MUERTE was having a ton of fun that last game. Furia with the MG3 jump shot, getting pretty upset with the fact that Malloy got 10 eliminations. Usually, he's the lad that's bringing all the pain, all the firepower, but Malloy, really big step up from this guy as of recently. Definitely the first to get double digits, 100%. I've not seen double digits on a player before in this tournament, that's for certain. But we're heading over towards Sanhok now. Our playing path is over towards that northwest side. Bit of an awkward playing path, I'd say, for a few teams. We will not have MADBULLS playing KASIK, Unicorns Love, or the Nameless. So the only really big name here, I would say, is MADBULLS, potentially KASIK. I think they've done fairly well that last game. Obviously didn't get as far as they had liked. Some really good shots from Corker to take them down on their rotation into the circle. I think maybe they could have done a little bit more. But after that last game, Malloy sends herself up to most eliminations off the back of a single match on Miramar in #1 spot with 10 elims. I think MADBULLS not being here might make things a little bit easier for Gladiators on their rotation towards that south side if we do get a south shift on the circle here, Jackie. Also, KASIK team not being in the game means the Titans have Painan for free.
Yeah, that's one of the fun things about it. You know, for Titan, obviously not having to duke it out early, potentially, because the difference of them actually having a good game of Sanhok versus a kind of average game where it feels like they struggle a bit is genuinely if KASIK team is going to fight them early for control of their go-to drop spot. It never ends well for either of the squads. Someone always walks away as a free, so always a bit worrying. Glad to see we get VP back in fruition here as well. I always like seeing a bit of VP on Sanhok, so I think that'll be quite a fun watch as well.
Yeah, VP on Sanhok, great little gameplay they have from them. A lot of times playing him from that edge side, they find some cheeky positions to head in, take out a couple of teams around them, carve a lot of space out of the situation, and then play off the back of that, which is always fantastic to see. I really do like that a lot. It's funny, you know, because we talk about Titans in Painan a lot and how, you know, we see KASIK team drop on them. It really just causes them to have a bad time. If you want to look for a good time, though, over at PUBGM Esports EU, Esports PUBGM EU over on Instagram as well as YouTube. You can scan the little QR code as well if you're feeling lazy. If you're watching over on the PC, you got your mobile phone out. If you've got two mobile phones, you can be real fancy with it and scan your QR code on your other mobile phone. Don't know how many people have got that chance to do that, but if you do, you're a cool guy. Guitar sounds ensue.
Man, I mean, that'd be something. You'd have to zoom in on one phone, whip out the other phone to be able to do it. But let us know. If you do, send in a tweet of you holding up both of your phones with a third phone taking the picture, of course.
Yeah, if you've got a third phone in there, that's it. You've won. You've won at PUBG Mobile social media sport, all right? Send that in. Maxman's going to whack it over on the broadcast, obviously. Again, back to Titans, though, because when we casted, you know, EU versus Africa, the clash. The clash. It was 77k esports actually dropped on them in Painan as well. And I think that a lot of the games on Sanhok for Titans was ruined off the back of that. And you do get to the point where, you've mentioned it a few times, they're a stubborn team, they're obstinate, they don't want to leave. At what point does Titans just realize, look, Sanhok's making up a third of our pool of maps, and it's being ruined by this Painan drop? When do we think about going somewhere else? When do we think about, you know, there's spots opening up inside the lobby, maybe we just have to drop in separate areas? That is where we really do need to see a bit of a switch up coming through from Titans, because they could be so much further up the standings if only their Sanhoks were just a little bit greater.
No, you're absolutely right. You know, I feel like Titan, they've really proven to us, especially game one of the day, they're absolutely thriving. They're bopping, they're coming out crisp. The rest of the day, it feels like they're still hitting that level. The one blip to it is always the Sanhoks, where something goes wrong. Commonly, that's either they win the fight versus KASIK, walking away with 3 players alive, or they lose it, and you don't even get to see how their Sanhok would have gone for the day. So yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you at this point. You'd like to see them have a backup plan, even if it's not the go-to, just to have it as, you know, a secondary drop spot for the occasion where they really need points in weeks like this. Of course, blessing is no KASIK team here today at least, so Titan is still alive, and we can see Titan are actually in the thick of it. Robs has already been hit by a vehicle and then shut down by the DBS, so unfortunately they are playing as a free already, as they're being ruined towards the ruins, with PERMITTA taking shots at them. You've got No Mercy Warriors on the right-hand side as well, starting to encroach further in. So this could get a little bit hectic quite quickly. Old Boy at least being able to clean up onto one and punish PERMITTA, that are now right underneath the noses of No Mercy Warriors.
Feels sort of bad for Robs there, because you can see what Titans are doing. They heard the engagement happening over towards his western side. They know that No Mercy Warriors makes this crossing over towards Trifecta. There's most likely a team like PERMITTA that's going to be holding up towards his north edge too. They head up there. Why is Sneaks driving around a vehicle? Robs is like, what's going on? This is ridiculous. We're so far away from this engagement. Try and take a long-range fight with you. So for Robs, that is just a sad time indeed, where you get caught out by a player going for a wild rotate, catches you on the bonnet on the way through. Quickly with the DBS picks up an elimination. Titans are down to 3. So I would say that's somewhat unlucky. I don't think they would have expected one player from PERMITTA Esports to try and make a getaway like that directly into one of their squads. So yeah, unfortunate for Titans, heading on with 3. Certainly still doable here on Sanhok. Should be able to steal away this elimination as well. No, actually Milo is able to pick it up.
Snatched away at the end there. Not another one in the back pocket for Titan. Beck, though, getting an opportunity to live at large as he pops up in the Elim feed, shutting down one of the players from Major Pride. So a nice tag across there. We'll see if that will actually be converted. It seems like VP kind of trapped in the middle, really. Close grouping in terms of a few of our bigger squads, with both Gladiators towards the backside, Major Pride just ahead of them. And then Nexus and SBG tight on top of one another as well. So this could actually get quite confusing for VP in terms of how they play this one.
I like the change from Gladiators, though, because they don't actually go for the 2-2 split with a couple of players down towards that hillside on the east. Just because the amount of times we've seen like a team like NEXUS or even SHOCKWAVE just sending directly up there, taking down the 2 isolated players, and then going off the back of that. This time around, Gladiators will just sit up on top of the Northwest Island, go for a bit of a slow game, just like we saw from Titans on that first match of the day on Erangel. It worked out well for Titans. They certainly got far into the game off the back of it. And for Gladiators, they realize this doesn't come around all that often, a circle that comes towards that northwest side. There's not much point in them giving away a game like this where there's potential on the cards for big placement points here, trying to get a couple of casualties early. That is likely going to happen anyway, just naturally over time as teams trying to make their way across this river itself. So I respect this change from Gladiators. I think it's one that had to happen eventually. Too many teams are taking advantage of that quick crossing up towards that eastern hillside.
Quick crossing, not allowed anymore. The crossing is denied. Slow crossings only are approved from now on.
I mean, it is allowed. It's just not going to take down Gladiators,
denied.
right?
It's
Denied.
banned.
Okay, I'm banned, barred.
No one's letting it happen.
Okie
What might
dokie.
happen though, mate? MUERTE, curious if they'll be able to actually get a bit under the belt here in terms of eliminations with some of the rotates we're seeing up close towards them. Hold that thought for now, though. Let's see what Rogo gets up to. He's seen them through the cracks in the window, at least, so he knows that No Mercy Warriors are right here. He's sat with his belly down, you know, just holding the building. No one swung the door on him, so at least he's still got the element of surprise. And they're making a ton of noise for him. You'd like to see him make something out of this. It's always fun to watch. Titan are just ahead as well, so No Mercy Warriors put their attention over towards Titan, at least for now. But Rogo probably just going to try and remain hidden.
Yeah, again, this is a case of just living the game out. It's a bit of an interesting circle where it heads a little further over towards the eastern side. Got a lot of water still on this. Not necessarily a Northwest Island finish, but Gladiators don't really want to move off from the hillside itself until it's certain. So this is slightly sad for them in the sense that they've locked in this spot, even though they don't necessarily know it's going to be the best position in the map, but you just can't afford to give it up right now. TUNA to MUERTE. You talked about these guys earlier. I've been holding that point for you ever since. To MUERTE, it's going to be hard for them to get towards the circle here. There is a rotation towards Trifecta, and they could take Rogo. He does finally get swung on. Stands up, doesn't commit to the drop shot. I don't respect that.
A line drawn in the sand here, effectively, between Dark Project and VULGAR Boys. Is they're going to be split down the middle, compound to compound, waiting for one of them to reveal themselves and make the first mistake, for the other to swoop in, somewhat like a hawk that's seen a rabbit just sitting there, just swoops on down blank, secures it.
Yeah, good old swooping. That's what's required in a lot of these matches. Again, for Sanhok, it's all about swooping a lot of times. You've got to head towards a compound that's free. Sometimes it's not necessarily the safest of plays, but it is the play you have to make if you want to get further into the game. It's what Titans just did, actually, just about a minute ago, which was the swoop over towards just underneath the Northwest Mountain. I like that play. It's a good play indeed. It's one that had to happen for them, especially with 3 players. They knew they couldn't afford to fight over on the edge side. They just didn't have the manpower for it, so they go for the gamble. It works out. With this circle, though, it's really undecided where it's going to head. It could even head down towards the south side, the east, or the northwest. So a lot of teams are biding their time. I like that Naomi's still over towards boot camp, holding on the coastal edge just in case. The rest of Major Pride need to regroup with them. They got a backstop there. So I think Major Pride currently the team with the most advantage in terms of rotational paths. However, Circle centers up over towards this northwest side, Jackie, which means that Gladiators can be fairly happy that they didn't give up this position.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty nicely for them. They're going to be happy with this outcome. So the split they've got going still bodes well. You've got a nice amount of control to play with. Titan, Slapdash in the middle as well. So they're also going to be licking their lips at the prospect of potentially a bit more of a game out of this one, considering how rough it started to look at the beginning with the early knock onto Robs. VULGAR boys, they finally swoop in though. Bear in mind we saw the setup between them and Dark Project quite some time ago. They've been able to go for the execution onto them, force out one of the players it seems, and there will be a knock and a conversion on that. So Force now just holding again, looking to see if anyone else is going to start to make a move and break the line from them. Once the zone starts encroaching in, that will probably be go time for them. Meanwhile, we got the second place squad from earlier in the day. It's TUNA. They've been making a bit of a splash, but MUERTE are slightly further behind them and seem to actually want to potentially crash down. Furia is up to his old tricks, always speedy reconnaissance in a vehicle, scouting party plays basically, just seeing if he can bait anyone out or get any information for the team. This has put the backs up on TUNA a little bit. They're worried about a play now.
Yeah, usually if you're TUNA, you'd want to be a bit more aggressive in terms of trying to hold out to MUERTE, but they just let them through. They didn't want to take any engagements. They're a bit more preoccupied with trying to get into the circle itself. It's fair enough. I do think there is, a point to be made about trying to hold the team out that crosses over from Ruins alongside with you, because playing versus a squad over towards your east here, Jackie, as you can see, it's really difficult. The amount of hard cover, the little ridge side here that gives you elevation, it's almost certainly going to be a loss here for TUNA if they play their cards right on the side of MUERTE.
TUNA, whoa. They eat the first nade. Zabito will be connected by that one. You've got the wall of MUERTE dividing the hill. Purple hits the first shot though, and that's a fantastic opener to break the defense and force MUERTE to change pace on this one. Trying to close the gap now. Malloy down on his last legs. Furia closes the gap to pop the smoke, at least taking some of the attention off of the revive he's going for. Nade thrown over the back here from Milky Way. He's in an interesting angle, potentially a flank that can be made from it, but he's so exposed. Purple will peek up and find him, be able to hard commit onto it and just burns his way through him. MUERTE looking a little bit scared, potentially shaky now, forced further back down the hill. This is not going their way.
No, it's actually sort of confusing how this has gone so well for TUNA. Weathered the storm here, Obito off in the distance, and MUERTE losing a player in Milky Way. Now have to deal with KONINA power. Next circle shifts up. Titans have a very strong spot just underneath the mountain. Doesn't have a huge amount of windows to play around with as this compound, but it certainly will be a workable position. The gamble pays off. They hit 777, the jackpot on this one. And Gladiators have to move down to them, Jackie.
Oh, mate. Gonna have to fight into this one. The battle's been raging on here as well for MUERTE as they've been playing out versus KONINA power. The nades were at least clean, but the horse's hooves hit down heavy as they're able to buckle the defense once again. TUNA still finding opportunities to lay waste with every pot shot in between the break and the fight as well. This is just weirdly divided now. Basically, Corker and Furia trapped, playing behind a rock apiece, with TUNA cleaving their way past them, pushing down along the sides. And then KONINA power right in the face of you, with Agoria trying to just fight his way through you, supported by Becca. This just looks menacing with how it's been going. MUERTE basically rolled the dice and each time hit a critical fail on trying to take control of this hill. It's not gone well. Ooh, the move out from KONINA Power looked like it was going to be a bit of a freebie on the getaway. Instead, though, there's still tags from TUNA, who are doing pretty good on eliminations off the back of this. They've claimed 3 of them, and Becker knows he can just watch them get away, but no real opportunity to fight. Has to try and play the long con for himself here and gives them the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, TUNA off the back of their chicken dinner right at the start of the day. I mean, I think they're feeling themselves a little bit. That should have been an engagement that was almost impossible for them to work out with versus the MUERTE, but they get through with the help of KONINA Power. Works out really well. SHOCKWAVE move up towards the front side. MUERTE out in the meantime. Really did struggle. They'll still be pretty pleased with the back of that chicken dinner they got on Miramar, but I think they could have got so much further alongside this map. We start to see Gladiators trying to figure out how they want to play this one out. They find 0 from TUNA themselves, starting to shake things up over on this western edge. No Mercy Warriors, though, in an extreme compound down towards the south. Alpha towards there. And I think I'm just curious to see how Gladiators are going to play this one. SHOCKWAVE tried to crash in over towards Titans, but the DBS, it's in play, Jackie. That shotgun out the door. Impossible to get towards that position.
It will blow you away so quickly. Be like a strong breeze sends bins flying. Becker waiting with a DBS pulled out here. Switches to the rifle. The close quarters engagement's the one you need to be thinking about, though. No, he was playing Ring Around the Rosies, but a tissue as he will fall down. TUNA going out, and KONINA Power now setting their attention uphill. And it will be an uphill struggle versus Gladiators. This is the solo dolo of Becker in a 1 versus 4 effectively, and you're going to have to try and land these shots with them having the high ground to play onto you. If they peek out behind a vehicle, they'll have a clear line of sight onto him. Meanwhile, moving over here, we get a nice establishing shot of Major Pride that are currently being finned quite quickly. Black-White, he's crawling to try and stay alive in this one, whilst the rest of the team is taking quite hefty damage. It's VULGAR boys that seem to be inflicting a lot of it as well, using the utility to push them further back. Foops man going in with the nades, tries to connect that onto the back of Nomi. He hits the deck, but the raw peak will be enough. Big ol' Foops feeling the confidence on this one.
Yeah, Cape's billowing in the wind here for Foots, man, the superhero of VULGAR. Getting stuff done, it's great to see it. I think VULGAR, once again, taking these fights, just feeling themselves over on day 1 of Phase 3. Should be getting up towards 8 eliminations if they could just quickly peek this one out, take down Black-White. I think they're worried about peeking over towards Titans. Does spot him now. The key meat just finishes him off. Effect left out in the distance now. Yeah, for VULGAR, what a day it's been for them. Really nice improvements. Dakimi's really brought things back up to speed for the team. And it feels like VULGAR's just not got a care in the world right now. They just want to fight. They want to take engagements. They understand they can probably go for it. Nice little dip they find themselves in. The smoke's not going to keep them too healthy for too long, as No Mercy Warriors has a killer position to start taking sprays over towards them.
It's a good angle. So much ammunition to work with as well. And the perfect tool for the job, just being able to put out bullet after bullet, just spitting them like watermelon seeds consistently, just so many downrange. Just makes it awkward for them to be able to close the gap and advance further forward. You got the setup from Matic here as well, who's in another prime time angle, watching over towards the rotation that Titan are coming in from. He's got the high ground supporting him, and it should make his life a little bit easier on defense. Meanwhile, No Mercy Warriors actually making it quite deep into the game here at least. One of the only 2 squads that have all 4 players alive and kicking as well, alongside Gladiators. So it could be a bit of a boon for them, at least playing the trade game, the Battle of Fruition. That's in their favor. They're doing well with elims so far as well today, so could be a good game for No Mercy Warriors if they can try and keep their noses clean. So many of our top squads, though, are just a stone's throw apart from one another. Major Pride there for a second, just Effect, who looks uncomfortable. Looks like he's been left on his lonesome with the rest of the team being decimated. Perfect peek from No Mercy Warrior as they just clean up onto Alpha. Follow-up tags as well, as even VULGAR are now starting to take a bit of a beating. This is looking pretty damn menacing from No Mercy Warriors.
Yeah, I think the No Mercy Warriors, Max went for a prediction over towards him. It's a strong compound, keeps your nose clean for quite some time, but you have to start moving out to stronger positions on the map. What's Aztec actually sending up towards the Gladiators as well on the edge side, but Tixi is watching this way, so they have angles towards it. Wobbly gets over towards a compound of his own, and No Mercy Warriors taking themselves a very heavy split. Tixi gets rinsed by Havlik on the backside there. Matic unable to assist. It's Kitsune. It's able to get some work done up from the high ground on the cliff. The circle shifts downwards. There's still a chance now for Gladiators, but Matic has to get to Tixi to achieve this res, and Kitsune, he has to hold them off.
Oh, Kitsune playing on a knife's edge there, debating whether or not he wants to overextend, going for the peak. Oh, mate! Lucky to be alive, saved by the bell on the crossover, looking for the res. So much damage done from Effect here, though. He cuts them in half as he severs Titan on that peak. That could have been absolutely outrageous if Effect was able to get the wipe onto them and put himself further up the standings, going into what is now our final three with Gladiators, Titan, and No Mercy Warriors. Titan that are basically out of the game, all off of the back of Major Pride's heroic moves.
Yeah, Effect was absolutely critical there. Ices gets taken down. There's players from No Mercy Warriors as Wobbly made this move earlier on. Matic has to be big, finds one, and potentially can get the res here.
The 1v1 on the crossover. Watch me saying watch this dust as he kicks up enough, being able to get behind the rock and go for the heal. Commits to the full heal. Meanwhile, we've got the revive going on back onto Tixi. Utility being thrown out for watch me as well. First it's a smoke. Make them think that you've already rotated from behind the rock. You've left that position. Pops a stim and now needs to win it all off his gun skill. They're peeking left. Misses the opening. Shots blank. It's got to be clean if he wants to win the 1v2.
They're just pushing up the rock in front. There's a nade here from Tixi that could be humongous. Pulls it out, the pin's out in action, and watch me, his days are numbered.
Nade coming in over the top. If it's a clean connection, it's done for. And Tixi, the time bomb, blows that one away, with Gladiators getting themselves back in the runnings for chicken dinners again this week.
Really, really well done to Gladiators there. It's the first time we've seen a clean finish off the back of a circle like that for Gladiators. A lot of times they stumble with that one, Jackie. But Kitsune, he makes the hero play from up on high. He has to sacrifice himself for the squad, but it's fine. It works out. He did such a good amount of work because we didn't watch it, but the amount of eliminations, the amount of knocks he got over towards No Mercy Warriors over on that high ground, that game would not have been possible without him. Yes, he goes down to the play zone, but he's done more than enough work to finish off that game.
There was some really nice plays. I think this really delivered going into the sort of final few circles there. Effect as well from Major Pride, still showing that individually the skill ceiling's crazy, man. The opportunities there, Blank, were really jam-packed, but we could talk about it all day. Let's give the experts a chance as we go back over to Kolaris and Max on the desk.
Barn burner plays coming in from Gladiators after getting a second place in the previous game, decides to casually just get themselves another first place here on the board. Admittedly, it's a Northwest Island finish here for Gladiators to try and capitalize on. Max joining me to talk about this one. This was one that Gladiators should have at least got a top 3, considering that it is that Northwest Island here, but they were able to play that west side effectively.
Yeah, but even better than a top 3. What about chicken dinner? And they do get it. And I mean, look at that. A second place into a chicken dinner. This is Gladiators just looking so good entering into phase 3 because we said it. They've been trying things out. I mean, we even talked about it during the interview, right, with Quizzy, that they were trying things out to try and test before the end of the tournament. And now they're just in full swing, it's fair to say. And here they were just getting some great angles. Matic in that sniper tower, Kitsune on top of those cliffs, and they were taking so many shots at everyone. So many limbs on board. I mean, Gladiators, I feel like that was always the big question mark, Kolaris, we want to see wins on the Northwestern Island, and we finally got it from them.
Yeah, definitely, and it could have gone awry slightly. I mean, with Titans having the compound that they did, and the No Mercy Warriors, their compound, but not really their compound as a focus point. The fact that they swung around on the right-hand side, knowing that they had to try and eliminate the team coming in from the west, I think was a really smart play by No Mercy Warriors. It just didn't quite work out in the end.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they did lose a player in the process of doing that, but actually by getting in that position, Gladiators lose 2 players. So I feel like that was a really good game plan from No Mercy Warriors, just really trying to create so much space onto the western side. But I had a bit of doubts, Kalaris, I don't know if you would agree, is when they go on their position in the circle across the road, they go towards the shed, which at that point is not in circle, which means you'll have to reposition. When you had rocks, there were way better angles. I expected No Mercy Warriors to go there, but I think they might have flexed a bit too wide, which made them vulnerable later on.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head in the phrase too wide, right? Like when you do that, if you go for the rocks in the middle, the compound that they have south actually covers those rocks quite well up until the point where that then gets pushed out of the circle and then you have to leave it. So there's kind of like a window of opportunity going to those rocks where if you do it too late, going from the shed, it genuinely is too late. So let's take a look at those highlights coming on in here, though. For all of these teams to start things off, these kinds of first circles, Max, I do empathize with the teams a little bit because what a trifecta circle is an awful circle to say. It's probably the worst circle on Sanhok to start things off.
What about a barn circle?
Oh, that's pretty bad, but you know.
Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, trifecta's always tough because you just don't know where it's going to be going. Which is actually, I was looking at No Mercy Warriors pretty early on in this match because they were playing around trifecta, which means that if the circle went south island or the eastern island, they could easily pivot. Unlike a Gladiators, for example, that were committed to this island. If it went anywhere else in Northwest, I don't expect we were going to see a possible podium finish. But here, the circle just kept centering up on the island after it moved away from trifecta, and they just played their position really well. And Tixi in particular was just so impressive. He was not getting a lot of eliminations confirmed, but he was just applying so much pressure and making sure that they were not easily peeking against him. But that finishing nade, I mean, the moment he got close enough, you just knew one nade was all that was needed for Gladiators to get the win.
I'm glad we saw that back, actually, because I wondered why Old Boy was just stood still. Maybe he disconnected or something like that. But, I mean, it could have been, you know, a bit of a difference if maybe they had more guns to be able to look at other angles as times went on. But anyway, let's take a look at the overalls and see what's going on, because we've got ourselves 3 matches down for Gladiators, 36 points. One thing to note here is that MUERTE does have a game in hand after them getting the 27 points on that win that they were able to get, so maybe we can see them continue that fight.
Yeah, Gladiators are not going to be playing the next game, so they can have a cheeky break, which is good for them to have. But yeah, it's been good at the top to where Tony get himself then, what, 2 points this game, so a little bit slower. But oh no, actually they were. Yeah, they were playing. They were playing. Okay, I was a little bit confused for a second, but no, they are still playing in that previous game. They're a little bit lower. TUNA. I actually really like what TUNA were doing though on the western side. They were fighting KONINA Power. They were fighting MUERTE. Initially, it was a smart move from MUERTE trying to leapfrog their position on the west to just gatekeep them out in the blue. But TUNA, I feel like they got a confidence boost this phase. They're just willing to take fights versus KONINA Power versus MUERTE, and actually they're not. It's not half bad the fights to take, and they're actually winning them pretty nicely. It's just then you transition into Gladiators that don't want to give you that space, so it becomes a bit tough. But I love what we've seen from TUNA this phase, and I hope it's going to transition in the following matches.
Yeah, I do think that in previous phases, TUNA's done a decent job of finding themselves okay spots to play from, like central spots to play from, but then they've kind of fallen down on some of their splits and then some of the big fights that they've been taking. So hopefully those kinds of things are remedied here coming into phase 3. But for now, before we actually move into our next main game, we're going to go to TDM, baby, as we've got Jackie and Blank here for the TDM. Bang, 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 bang.
Oh, that's right. It wouldn't be a day of PMPL EU if we didn't slip in the elusive, the tasty, the exciting TDM Blank. You ready for this one?
I'm ready for that. I'm ready to fish myself a big old TDM. We've gone from the normal games to the quadruple quarter-finally games now. PERMITTA Esports versus Titan Gaming's. There's only 4 matches there, so I know exactly which one we're doing. I'm ready. I'm ready for this.
You're drilled in, mate. You figured it out now. You know, we're out of that group stage. We're into kind of bracket play. That's a fun one. You know, PERMITTA, they've always been fun to watch. Kind of characters on the server, right? You know, they've got the interesting profile pictures, by far some of the more animated ones. And then Titan, a side that love it. They absolutely thrive in scrapping, Blank. If they're not shooting someone, something has gone wrong. So TDM should be the dream.
This is what we want to see. Icy's already in there. The game's starting off hot. Mixer's trying to move his way in, but he's put back to bed. Sneaks tries to get a little bit sneaky with it, but he won't go quietly as they just pull out the M1014. Up to 3 points total between these two legendary teams.
Ooh. The nade for Robs, trying to blow him off his feet. Switches to the shotty, but won't be able to shut him down. Luckily, backed up by Old Boy, who goes 1 for 1, as he'll be traded out by the nade. Look how aggressive this is already. Everyone's just swinging on one another. This is not going to be a slow TDM by any means. Nade pulled again here for Old Boy as Icy baits out the shots left and right. Great understanding of where he could be peaked from there. Good aim as well. This is looking pretty damn nice. Mechanical skill on display from both squads at the minute. 7-5.
Yeah, Sneaks tried to jump over the top side. Very minimal HP. Still makes it happen. Nade will have to put him down. It's probably the only thing that would have put him down in that situation. He was looking gargantuan, solid, titanium packed. But now Icy gets sent back. Robs goes down. Luckily, Rogo's sent back as Icy tries to get a little bit of resurgence into this game. 9 points so far. Make that 10 right now for Titans. But PERMITTA Esports, surprisingly, keeping things fairly tight right now. We were equalized for a second until Robs went in with their 1-4. The shotgun maestro himself looks for a fourth, cannot find it.
Havlik looking for an opportunity to light them up as well. Headshot for the bonus. Folly with the trade back. Hits their shot to Havlik at least. And goes on for a little bit more. Playing the angles here towards the cubby. Oh, swinging out bit by bit. Just taking opportunities when he thinks he can hard commit onto these frags. This is a good job of lighting up Havlik once more again as well. He's been able to find 3 eliminations from this position alone. How many more can he get before he's finally checked? Diving round the corner, Sneaks unable to bypass this one. There is at least a trade back in favor of PERMITTA. And they're leading by 1 elim at the minute, 17-16.
Damn. Mixer saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Didn't go towards it, just let it fade away. Havlik, though, moves in. Will find Sneaks tied up once again. Folly, also in a similar situation. More nades over the top. That should take him down, I think, potentially, but only 27 damage, and the Groza will finish him off.
Rogo on the pre-fire. You thought that maybe he had fluffed his lines, but sticks to the script in the end and finds success on that one with stereo frags going his way, taking down 2 apiece there on the left and right. Ooh, nades back onto Sneaks, keeping the pressure on. You're up by 2. As long as they can play the trade game, they're in a pretty good position here. Don't clear their angles though, and Rogo gives up the goods on that one. Ooh, I see. He did clear the angle, but wasn't quick enough.
Sneaks has been so good in terms of getting these eliminations while so low. Under pressure, still making the plays happen. Sneaks is like, what was that? It was a nade. It was just taking a while to pop off. In the go 23-22, lots of players going down in the meantime. Havlik holds his ground, gatekeeping up towards his top side, keeping the door shut on this, but Robs cannot find it. Gets a little bit too aggressive. Havlik swings from side to side, keeping things a little bit naughty towards the mid side of the map.
Sneaks just swinging again and again. Content to take on 1v3s, it seems, as he wants to maul them and prove that he's the bee's knees in these sort of situations. Rob, sweet like honey, comes around the corner though, and just cuts his way through them. Big maneuver, backed up by the rest of the squad as well. You've just blown them to bits, really. You've got good control to play with now. Messing with the spawns and forcing it to be a bit more awkward for PERMITTA as they have to wrap back and try and assault you from middle. The angles that were so confidently being held now in the hands of Old Boy and co.
Mate, the amount of flashbangs they've been sending over the top to get Robs that triple as well, pretty much we've got PERMITTA now just wandering around without a Garmin in hand. They've got no clue where they are. Constantly blinded by the lights of Titans. 3 points still ahead. Icy moves up and PERMITTA starting to look afraid. Mixer hits the deck, lies down. Almost as if he's given up, but can PERMITTA Esports get back into this game? Nade over, Havlik goes low, but will just tank it.
This is dicey now. They only need 6 more eliminations. And that would be Titan standing tall, walking away as the winners here in our TDM. PERMITTA realizing that defeat is looming, starting to really dial back the pace and play a far slower game. The buddy system in effect here, 2 duos holding either side of the 3 lanes and trying to force the peaks from Titan to come in at a choke point. Issue is, Titan, they don't want to run in. They can play time on this. They know they've got the edge, leading here with a fair few elims in a back pocket. They can wait for PERMITTA to make a mistake and then take that all the way to the bank.
Yeah, you can just let them trickle in with 6 points to go. A good 6 ahead, PERMITTA as well. It is just a case of allowing PERMITTA to move into them, pick up the eliminations here and there where they can. Get off the back of that and already almost closing things out. 5 eliminations, close to just 1 full squad wipe and it'll be done. But right now we are bringing things back on board. 31 points, 4 points behind now. Not as ideal as perhaps Titans would have liked, but here comes Robs.
Oh, Robs the robber. No chance for Thievery on that one, as he will pay for his crimes. Taken down by PERMITTA. Finally, a resurgence back in favor of Titan, though. It looked like maybe they'd started to get sea legs, that they weren't strong enough towards the end on this one. But now they're bringing it back. 38 to their name, 39. There's the final 40 as Havlik lights them up and blows them to bits. Titan take the win in the TDM.
Gorgeous game there from Titans. I think PERMITTA, though, put up a good fight versus one of our scrappiest teams inside the whole lobby. Well done to them, but it will be Titans heading through towards our semi-finals now. Oof, I'm excited.
It's nice. It's good to see. It's been getting more and more competitive. The more TDMs we've had, now we're kind of in towards the upper bracket play. You're seeing that they're still delivering. It's making it more exciting. Like you said, right? We're so close to knowing which teams are actually going to be in those semi-finals and potentially our grand finals once we get ever closer.
Yeah, dude, I'd love to see the final game, the winner's bracket, be Gladiators versus Titans. That would be a dream story for us here on PUBG Mobile EU, the PMPL split of Fall. So I'm really excited for this to come through, but I'm also excited for this next map, which is going to be Erangel. Back to basics, back to the standard here as we watch all our teams dive in, try and get some more points on board. Gladiators currently leading with their 3 matches played at 36 points. They will not be playing this game, as will VULGAR boys, who are 29 points strong, tied with the top 3 in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. And VULGAR boys have had a real good start today. They've dug into it, they've found some exciting, and they are trying to run away with it as well. So really cool stuff here from these boys. I'm excited to see it, but it's MUERTE, Major Pride right now, who are looking to take a bit more points, maybe over Gladiators towards that top side. MADBULLS, Titans would like to get some more on. You know, we talked a lot about MADBULLS so far, Jackie, but 16 points doesn't really show for it.
No. I mean, they've been roaming, they've been fighting, their name's been popping up in the elim feed now and then, but overall, I guess you're right, just not being able to project themselves far enough into these games to secure what matters, the placement, the eliminations that they really need at a time like this. Slipping a little bit further down with today's points that have been accumulated by a few, potentially some of the squads maybe you wouldn't be thinking to rack up the odd points here and there. A lot of names actually making it further and further today that we haven't seen really over the course of the season. You know, we've kind of been talking about VULGAR boys at times, but again today they're bubbling up an awful lot more. KASIK team as well seem to be going from strength to strength. NEXUS adapting their play style. MUERTE taking wins and looking aggressive as well. Across the board, it feels like our lobby's changed a little bit, right, Blank? You can kind of see sort of with body language, you know, teams are kind of that 10-15% better than what we've been seeing throughout the course of the season up to this point. Everyone feels a little bit more ready for those ridiculous sort of games that we're seeing, and it's really nice to see. I think the skill level has brought up all ships.
Yeah, massively. And again, it's great to see some of these little names that we didn't really think about at the start of the tournament. Like Foops, man, he's really made a name for himself this tournament on VULGAR boys. Abito from TUNA as well. You got to give some love to these underrated teams, really. We do have our big 3, obviously Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS. However, there are other people in this lobby who have really been standout performers, and you know what? That's fantastic. Circle over towards the western side to MUERTE, over towards South George Hospital, as well as Crate an interesting play from them. They pick up Gladiator's spot. They're going to get a lot off the back of this one. And potentially, again, like we said at the start of the game, this might be a game for MUERTE to overtake Gladiators in their first place position. They've already had one win today on Miramar. Can they make a win on Erangel?
I think there's room for an upset win here for one of the teams that potentially has got close to the flame but not quite been able to take it. You know, you'd like to see some big plays from Alpha. You'd like to see MUERTE showing us a bit more of that form. Dagestan as well, it would be cool to see them sort of bouncing their way back up a little bit more also. You know, they gave us an awful lot to really root for over some of the past few play days. And I think it's been interesting watching that progression from Dagestan. So maybe this could be another map for them. Historically, we've seen some great things from them, so it would be pretty damn cool. We'll see, though. Always up to the squads to make those decisions. MADBULLS just off to the wayside again as well. I don't know what's changed a little bit here with MADBULLS, because even in some of the situations where they're roaming and they look to be instigating these fights, Zerich almost seems to be reacting slightly later than he normally does. It feels like he's normally a bit more aggressive, willing to kind of either look for those entries or be very quick with the trades, whereas in today's games, he's been a little bit fragmented. I'm not sure if it's just the spacing from MADBULLS that's been causing a couple of problems for them, but we'll keep our eyes on that. This is a very quick way to start off a maneuver though for KASIK team as they go driving straight into the face of TUNA, leave it splattered on the road like road fish at this point, and then just continue on with their day. Doran not in a good spot either, blank as Dark Project just putting bullets straight onto him, but the rest of EXO's team, NEXUS and Co, are now arriving to support. This could get a bit rough for Dark Project.
Yeah, they're currently in the field. It's not ideal. EXO continues to spray down over towards him, pulls out the DBS as well. Gonna go for the long-range shots on that bad boy. That is probably as far as you can go without calling that a sniper shotgun. Dorian will move in as well. Aces along the way with the DP, certainly a decent weapon to work with. Dorian will just flush them out with the vehicle, not spend any extra time. They're just gonna leave their boy behind. That is sad.
That's rough. He's been abandoned and left forever.
I'd be crying after that one.
Yeah, words will be said.
Words will be had after the
Yeah, he probably would be a bit upset.
Look, man, I'm not gonna talk right now because I don't want to talk over the IG link. But after the game, we need to have a sit down.
You start hearing the phone pings in the background during the comms. Boop, boop.
Yeah, he's complaining. I can hear him.
I can hear the dings. Quickly mutes his phone. Okay.
Get off.
Right, I've seen the messages. It's over. But luckily,
not a good way
that's
to
just
go.
The potential timeline, not the timeline that will be happening. That's the alternate reality that's going down in the back.
I'm sure EXO's a very reasonable man.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. The only words that were probably had were, "It's okay. Next time." Unlucky.
You probably could have got me up.
I don't mind. It's fine. Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah. It's fine, but it's not fun at the end of the day. But looking over towards the map as well, I mean, it has been pretty chock-a-block of action towards the start of this game, with Dark Project losing 2, TUNA losing 1, NEXUS also losing EXO. A little bit unfortunate there. KASIK team really the only team to get away from that one with an elimination without losing any players off the back of it, so they're fairly pleased with that, and they're already up towards the south side of Everest, so a good amount of space to be working with. And just like magic, we have them on the screen. This is exactly how it happened. They get a little bit of action over towards yellows and then quickly send their way up towards Everest itself. So great place for KASIK team to start, and I think they have really the pick of the litter right now in terms of compounds if we do get a south shift on the circle come zone 2.
TUNA on screens here as well. You know what? I'll give it to him. I mean, TUNA delivering so much more today than I think we saw from them. Quite a few of our play days combined, really. It feels like they've been hitting the mark a bit more. Starting to see some of the character from them as well. You know, that's one of the big things that I think we have such a good benchmark of personality and how some of our players individually operate across all of our top squads. Whereas with TUNA, it feels like a few of them have still been a bit of an unknown quantity, potentially lurking in the shadows somewhat. But now you're starting to see the signs of Obito and co coming out and looking a little bit more like we do have those defined characteristics to them. We're seeing how their play styles are shining through whilst adapting to be able to go toe-to-toe versus the meta that a lot of our top squads have been playing here inside of these lobbies. So that's always nice. We'll see if TUNA can keep on swimming along through these games or if it will just be the odd game or two from them. Meanwhile, Major Pride setting themselves up early with a high ground, so they've got the lay of the land here, the Lions Pride with control, so they can just scope out and see where exactly everyone else is. Nexus down to the triple threat, of course. On the move up, they instigate another fight versus Dark Project. Kapahala eating a ton of damage early onto this one. Octavian opts to just close the gap and really full frontal assault it seems, with the SBG. This could get interesting. MADBULLS also clocked into a fight, it seems, with the Elim feed, showing us some of the info on this one.
Yeah, I think for Everest, that is something that I'm certainly taking a look at. You mentioned just then with Major Pride taking a really strong high ground position, huge amount of information gaining available. But with the Nameless setting themselves up off towards that eastern side, it's very acceptable. Major Pride is going to have a little bit more time that they're going to have to wait before they can rotate out. But they're all in vehicles. It looks like they're just going to immediately send away an awkward position to play around the map and an awkward nade for Doran to deal with up on high. Tried to get a nasty little bit of high ground advantage over the two players from Dark Project. Now Octavian sat himself in a sticky situation.
They're so close to Octavian right now. Cleaning out the angles left and right. Octavian ready for the jump peak though. On the bounce out, hits the first shot, shuts down Aces. Issue is he's eating damage from the sidelines. That's the MUERTE and co just peppering over and inflicting a ton of damage. Utility being used to burn them out of position now, as well as the MUERTE realize this is their opportunity to clean house on this compound and finish off Nexus for good. The nade will roll in and blow away the hopes and dreams, leaving just Kapahala in such an uncomfortable position now, forced to deal with this as a solo effectively. Good luck getting Octavian back up to be able to fight with you. Molotov through the window couldn't have been better. Kapahala's gone.
Yeah, that molly absolutely crunched him right off the get-go. Must have landed straight on his chest there. Horrible way to go for Kapahala, but MUERTE quickly deal with that one, and they know they have to deal with it fast as well. They start moving over towards a better position in the circle. Major Pride has had one hell of a rotate here. The Nameless are all down as well. So they tried to rotate behind Major Pride, got taken out. But yeah, moving from Everest all the way top side of Hospital down towards this western side compounds. Really, really well played from Major Pride. They can start to play along this ridge side where it has a little bit of elevation down towards the south, looking over towards the MUERTE. So I really do like this rotate. For Titans, so this has been a position where they've had chicken dinners before in the past. So potentially another Titans game here, Jackie. We'll have to wait and find out.
You never know, you never know. It feels like it's so hard to call with Titan these days, where you can see them really set up to project themselves for a long game, and then something out of left field just happens. But you'd hope to see it continue. The good times have been rolling for them, and they've still currently got all four of the players alive as well. So no early game shenanigans that could harm the longevity for them. SHOCKWAVE getting a few opportunities to take fights here, as they're having a bit of a chase against No Mercy Warriors that are giving up an awful lot of ground, realizing they don't like the look of the lay of the land on this one. You're being chased anyway. Just completely bail out of there and set their focus ahead, looking to just get round the coastline and further down, potentially to within eyeshot of Major Pride's angle, and MUERTE just ahead of that as well. So very interesting there. Meanwhile, back down towards the bottom side, you can see the flanks that are coming on in, with VP now entering the zone and actually being gifted what's a pretty good circle as it moves in their favor now with the readjustment. If they can hold...
Quite a while since we've seen a circle like this as well, where the majority of it is fielded. I think we've seen a lot of compound finishes so far on Erangel for these teams, which has been nice, I mean, I think a lot of people have not missed these fielded finishes, these fielded scenarios, but VP, like you say, take down Unicorn to Love. There's a potential to head over towards those chopstick compounds, just towards their northern side, potentially control the field. That would be fantastic. KASIK, though, taking a massive amount of damage as Major Pride sends over towards the southeast. They've been very swift on their rotations this game. I've got to hand it to them.
No delay between the communication and the execution of the play. It's been nice to watch. Oof. Utility being dashed out here though. Shifu trying to buy time whilst also dealing damage onto the front line of KASIK team. Trofka not quick enough on the crawl. Goes down to that one. English getting his belly down on the deck as well as the rotation comes in. So the rest of Dagestan regrouped and looking to defend on this one. Meanwhile, VP were able to hold. They found the rotate that was coming in from Unicorns of Love and best them in the close quarters engagement. So survived their way through that test as well.
KONINA Power close behind them though, Jackie. That's my only worry. With the rest of the team of Hayes and Becker down towards the northern edge of Quarry, it's not likely that Gori and Palucci is going to get involved in this engagement. There's not a team that's headed over towards these Chopsticks compounds as of yet, just towards that south side of Gatka. Alpha team currently holding in Gatka itself, so they'll have a really good lay of the land. They also have Tenshik playing a little bit further outside of Gatka, playing as that information gathering game. A Shockwave sent over towards Major Pride. Ace is down. Not sure what Wagnazard is doing, but it's working.
Oh, mate. They've just steamrolled through them. You would have thought they would have been set up and ready for this encounter, but the sheer speed and aggression in which they've been hit by Shockwave, they were not ready. Nades being thrown back in. Naomi at least connects onto Aza and stops the laser beam from being able to continue unleashing havoc against Major Pride here. You've really got to play everything perfectly. He knows effectively he's a solo at this point, so Naomi trying to make the right decisions. Backs off and looks for the res onto his teammate. Hard committing to the revive at least to save Black-White inside of the fight. MUERTE have helped them out by thinning the numbers of Shockwave, but now Malloy, he's going in on cleanup duty, wants to find the low HP players and be able to make something out of this one. Naomi and co jump in the vehicle and look for the swift getaway.
Yeah, Black-White down. We're not able to get him back up again. And Naomi's going to send towards a little bit of a position where he can take stock, take shelter, try and keep himself out of dodge. Now, this is a real interesting circle on stage 4. Right now, Alpha has a strong position with Zajipa up front. The rest of the team behind them still in Gatka, but this could easily go over towards the ridge side. And again, we've seen this many times in the past, Jackie, where that ridge side, if controlled well, if swept down and from that north side, you can win an entire game off the back of that ridge. So very, very interesting. With MUERTE making a crazy rotate all the way towards the west here. You can see on the right side of your screens, they're looking to wrap in underneath, potentially take control early on. Titans see this, attempt to start stutter stepping down that way.
These fights have been pretty wild from a lot of our teams in terms of the decision making with how they've been going about them. Very quick, little delay between seeing the opportunity and trying to seize it.
Yeah.
A lot of these have been working well. It was an interesting clear out on the building as well for KASIK team, who finished off the rest of Dagestan. We'll tune back in with this though, as it seems like No Mercy Warriors do spot the very fragmented MUERTE that have been quick on the hunt. They've been looking for a fight with this. They were somewhat fragmented though, and from the tree line, Milky Way just eats so many bullets, he'll be taken out of commission. They still have 2 vehicles for the quick rotations, and they're playing this one quite aggressively. Right up, holding the line against the blue and looking to use that as a tool to force them out of position so they can find the knocks onto the other players. The blue knocking Marvello as he'll be down on the ground. Watch me being eaten by it as well. This isn't going too nicely. Problem is, MUERTE might be running into Titan now on the getaway.
Yeah, Titan have been very smart about this. They remain towards a position where they know they've got elevated ground to play off the back of it. MADBULLS has to make a very, very quick move over towards this compound that KASIK's currently playing in. 2 players still available. Frozen will heal up, starts to move across. Fleek also takes a nasty hit. Tulika on the floor. That's a good nade from Skills, says he's got 5 more in the pocket, Jackie.
Armed with the grenades, ready to make big plays. English blowing them up as well. Tenshik replies, bouncing one off the wall. Everyone is down on the deck right now. It looks uncomfortable across the board. English goes for the revive on his teammate. Meanwhile, Zerich playing a slower, stealthier game. Or if he hits the rebound with a nade, it could be grotesque. Gets that round the corner, finishes the man off, and saves their bacon there by the skin of his teeth. Smart prioritization as well. Goes for the quick rotate round to grab Tulika, even amongst the carnage.
It's Batman. It's got an invisible car there. That's crazy. I do think that was cruel from Tenchik. He moved up, sent the nade in over towards Skills, and that kind of what opened things up for MADBULLS. And honestly, if I'm Tenchik, if I knew what I'd done here, in hindsight, I probably wouldn't have made that play. It would have been so much nicer if MADBULLS didn't have as many players, because now Alpha will have to contend with this team that's likely going to try and crash one of the compounds they're currently in until it was that late game. MUERTE got pulled apart by like an Oreo by Titans over towards this western side. They're currently holding one of the strongest positions while trying to take control of this ridge.
Get a bit of a move here. Furia. I'd like to see how far he can take things on this one for MUERTE, just being the last alive. Interesting in terms of our squads with how they've been thinned. Obviously, both Major Pride and MUERTE down on numbers quite a lot, so looking to just play the cheeky game with it. See what they can do. Titan actually looking pretty damn feisty today as well. If we condense how they've been playing over the past 3 outings and what we're seeing so far from them here, it's been looking good. It bodes well for Titan. This was the more interesting replay as well of KASIK team's awkward cleanup inside of the house with everyone sat on the sofa there, finally being spotted through the smoke. It did get a bit scary. It's a new couch playing.
I just want to watch TV, dude. Come on. MADBULLS, here on screen, like, look, it's the 4 players I'm talking about. Alpha team have regrouped over towards their compound. I'm worried, though, because it's the team that can quite easily crash, but some nasty shots from Zashipa right now as they try and cross. With the circle, Alpha realistically should win this game. That's a nice move there coming through from Fleek. He has the DBS, swings round on him, will find Havlik in the process, and immediately they're back into the action.
You hate to see it. Insult to injury as well, as it wasn't just the single knock with the vehicle, the bonneting, it was the double tap on the car as well. Oh man, Titan from standing tall to everyone being down in a matter of seconds. You hate to see it, especially if you predicted them to win.
That's true. I just saw. Oh no, Chucky. It's all gone wrong. Yeah, for MADBULLS, I kind of assumed they'd go for a quick swing. Potentially a quick swing over towards Alpha. Oh, come on. Don't leave him behind. You can still get him. You can pick him up. Put him in the back.
They don't want him, mate.
They're going for
they
him.
do want him. They do want him.
It's too late, though.
Saving Private Tulik up. No. Just teased him. Oh, it's rough.
Yeah, should have got him first. I don't think Zerich had to go over that way. He could have probably walked it, to be honest. But 2 players up. It's decent. Alpha team, like I said, realistically, this should be their game. They have the only compound within the circle. So many times we see this circle go over towards the western side, Jackie, in which case the ridge side becomes really the prominent feature. It has been so rare that we see this full eastern circle, where this compound that currently Alpha is in just becomes the god compound within the circle. It's very difficult to deal with. I was worried that MADBULLS was just going to crash straight onto this compound, take down Alpha, because they are very good when it comes to those crashes. Bit of a wild rotate from MADBULLS, though. You respect the hustle, though. You realize that, look, they want to just get those consistent points in terms of a podium finish. It's most likely not going to be a win for them.
But who's going to be taking that win? Where's that juicy chicken dinner going? That's the question. Some competitive lobbies today, but with some interesting results sprinkled in. I suppose the wild cards on this one potentially being your Alpha and KONINA Power. Ooh, KONINA Power that have had quite an unlucky day of it in a lot of their rotations. It felt like they've been caught in some horrible positions. Mandarin, though, making this look like a primetime angle from shooting on the roof, just battering MADBULLS and being able to control them quite easily here. So it thins the herd again, basically making it uncomfortable for MADBULLS to really go for the revive on that one. So they're playing as a solo effectively. They drop the smokes, do hard commit onto it. Mandarin not quite being able to find the knock that he was looking for. But even then, you've got such a wide open ground between where MADBULLS currently are and where they probably want to be, that rotating off from this is going to be very awkward, especially with Tenchik just so close.
Honestly, I don't like this play from Tenchik. Is it going to get you some eliminations? Maybe. Is it necessarily? Absolutely not. This is the type of play Tenchik likes to go for a lot of times. He's like, I'm flanking, guys, I'm flanking. It's like, Tenchik, please, don't do that. It's not worth it. With VIRTUS.PRO at 4 players still up as well, it's very easily a chance for one of these teams just to absolutely blast Tenchik out the way. You know, I'm surprised that MADBULLS is still alive. What is going on there?
I don't know. They've been kind of saved by the bell a couple times, saved by the smoke as well. Lucky that a few of these shots that are being fired out just sort of spam towards their general position haven't connected either. This is maybe the game changer though. The rotate from off haze. Finally a clean line of sight and a juicy angle to play off of, and they're gone. They evaporate in a matter of seconds with both of the MADBULLS going down. So we finally set the cards to see who is going to be left standing then when these start to topple. VP, Alpha, and KONINA Power. KONINA Power that found a good angle to peek onto MADBULLS, but because of it, lose another player, effectively trading him there and going down to just a duo.
Yeah, it's slightly unfortunate. This actually could be a VIRTUS.PRO game. I am feeling it just a little bit. I think Alpha is right now in a situation where they're feeling so confident that this is typically the time where Tenchik starts making mistakes. And once that happens, VIRTUS.PRO could quite easily capitalize off the back of it, especially if you look what currently Zashipa and Tenchik are. They're completely in the open, isolated from the rest of the squad. Reflect as well as Mandarin will have to start moving in towards them. VIRTUS.PRO have got this beautiful line right now over towards Zashipa as well as Tenchik. Circle moves down towards the southeast. Ooh, it's not going to be happy.
Beck jumps in the vehicle, goes for the long rotate round the back line, supported by his other teammate as well. So he's got the 2 cars in play that could potentially be used as a bit of a probing tool. Meanwhile here, Wait thought that he had got the drop on him, was trying to find some damage to open this one up. Instead though, a knock apiece with off haze going down and Wait feeling the brunt of the damage there from Alpha. Look how speedy they are to try and swoop on this as well. Tenchik quick on the rotate, gets himself tucked in behind the map geometry, trying to find the commit onto off haze, wants to guarantee that this first knock will be an elim.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate for VIRTUS.PRO as well as KONINA Power. Alpha just gets the circle 100%. It would be catastrophic now if Alpha loses this game. This really should be in the bag for them. Rude has been able to get up into spot though, which is fairly impressive. Beck finishes off KONINA Power. We're in a full 4v4. Now, it was very important that Beck was able to get those 2 eliminations off the bat straight away. They need to start setting up now. If there was a backstab potential in Wait for them, then yeah, VIRTUS.PRO most likely would not get much further into this game. Beck in the vehicle. They still have vehicles. Another important factor here for VIRTUS.PRO. But what a split from Alpha right now. Do I like it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
It's questionable. Alpha, they've been willing to make these sort of fragmented maneuvers quite commonly. At times it works, at times it leaves you scratching your head. And VP, they're closing the gap, seemingly wanting to go for the all-in, the VP special, especially if they get the first shot off with the vehicle trying to bonnet the player. They just stopped right in front of him, didn't have enough momentum to mow him down. Blow for blow, they're losing out on this one quite quickly. The carnage rapidly swinging in favor of Alpha as VP have lost so many numbers.
What a nade!
The nade though, trading as it blows up the vehicles, does so much damage back onto them. Maybe this is the opportunity to change the tides.
He's only got an AKM as well. This thing kicks like a mule. Reflect, runs away as fast as possible. Full 2v2, and I think Beck might have an idea where he is. Mandarin will have to leave this roof at some point. They're getting another vehicle and looking to just continue moving up. They know that they only got 2 knocks there. They need to find the other whilst the res is being threatened. 4 nades still available here. And up they get. They're going to try and run back towards their teammate in Mandarin, but so much damage once again. Zashipa Reflect extremely low. They'll have to slow down as they hit the first aid kits, but Beck is still raining down nades upon them.
Oh, Beck blows away Zashipa. It's a nice connection. The sort of knock that you'd be looking for in a spot like this. Reflect and Mandarin, the only 2 players still standing. Beck
Takes an opportunity to tuck in behind the bonnet, get the heal in, at least top himself back up. The vehicle damage, sure, but still running, giving them a little bit of momentum to work with in terms of the rotate. So many nades to be played with for Ruda. 1 by 1, dashing them out. Not quite landing on the mark, though. That one seemingly does, as Tenchik eats it and expires.
Nice angle here from Beck. Will finds the Sheeper. There's another on target, but through the smoke, Ruda's provided the information. And Alpha, they're split. I thought about how it was not going to work out too well. Luckily, the Sheeper's there. Pulls a Spider-Man, stops the car in front of him, but it's not enough. It's not enough, Jackie.
It all goes down to this then. Everything's out on the table at this point. There's nothing hidden up the sleeves of either of these two teams. Reflect, he is so uncomfortable in this position. An awkward spot to be contending with. They have to give him the 1v1s. If they peek in a way where he can take 1v1s, he'll be laughing to the bank and potentially able to secure this one. VIRTUS.PRO have got to know this. They need to play off each other's timing here and peek together with the comms. They're split on the angles, so there's no easy opportunity for a spray down. The spacing's nice. The nades could be the difference maker. And Ruda does it again. Instantly blows him away. And VP get the chicken dinner from it.
Yeah, Beck and Ruda, such critical components there to VIRTUS.PRO, getting themselves a chicken dinner. What a game that was. We're still not sure how my man turned into steel and stopped the bonnet from taking him out, but either way, great nades from Beck as well as Ruda. Really smart little play from Beck at the end there as well, where he just swings around, finds exactly where Reflect is, holds him in that spot, and then the whole idea is to get Ruda up to that hay with the 9 grenades he has in the back pocket, just to send them over towards him. It's very smart, very well calculated from those two final players.
No, really, really smart stuff. And you're right. What happened there with the bonnet? It looked like he was almost so nice that he just kind of took the engine off and was like, you know what? I won't run you down. It will be fine. That was a weird one, but overall, a great game. Yeah, just rolled a -1 on that one. It just didn't happen. Nightmare scenes, but so much more to get through here for PMPL EU. So join us in a few moments when you come back after the break.
Hi there guys, you're watching Western Europe PMPL Fall Split. I'm joined today by Robs from Titan Gaming. How are you doing today, Robs?
Donc salut à tous, c'est Robs et ça va très bien, très en forme et on est en préparation pour le PMPL, tout va bien.
What made you want to join Titan Gaming, Robs?
Je suis parti de SBG pour changer un petit peu dans ma carrière d'aventure et j'avais envie d'une nouvelle équipe. Donc je suis parti pour ça et on verra bien ce qui se passe. J'espère qu'on va réussir.
Awesome. After playing with your previous team, GameLord, for so long though, what's been some of the difficulties of joining a new team?
C'est vrai que ça m'a fait très bizarre déjà à cause de la communication parce qu'on parlait en français dans l'équipe GameLord, SBG, et là d'un coup parler en anglais avec une nouvelle team, surtout avec des très bons joueurs, ça m'a fait un peu bizarre de parler anglais, et sinon voilà, c'est une nouvelle aventure et on verra bien.
Oldboy and Icy were able to win the PMPL Africa Spring Split, but in the championships they definitely fell behind over in Triple Esports. What kind of lessons did you guys learn though playing together in the PMRC EU versus Africa before the PMPL EU split begins?
C'est bon. Déjà, Oldboy est un super joueur, Icy est un super fragger. Moi, je pense que ils n'ont pas réussi malheureusement à se qualifier à l'MEA, mais avec la nouvelle équipe que nous avons créée, je pense qu'on peut faire quelque chose de bien et réussir et essayer d'aller au PMGC ensemble.
Sure, I 100% agree, man. I love the team that you've got so far. But your games were a lot tougher in PMRC with Oldboy's old teammate Morteza and 77k Esports constantly hot dropping you. Do you think that had a big impact on where you placed overall?
Le PMRC, de toute façon, c'était un entraînement. On sait qu'on a laissé en contexte par l'ancienne team d'Oldboy. Mais voilà, on a fait notre fight. C'est vrai que ça nous a empêché de faire des fan games malheureusement. Mais voilà, on s'est entraîné. Maintenant au PMPL, on sait qu'on les affrontera pas. Du coup, donc ça ira.
After playing so consistently well on your team over in EU and being able to see lots of different teams and how they play, what do you think of the current competition versus Titan Gaming?
Moi, je pense qu'il y a un petit peu plus de niveau que le PMPL qu'on a joué début d'année. Les équipes sont pas mauvaises. Il y a des nouvelles équipes, 3-4 équipes nouvelles qui m'ont l'air pas mauvaises aussi. Donc on verra bien ce que ça donne, mais moi je surestime pas ce PMPL là. Je pense qu'il va être assez difficile à jouer, mais on va tout donner.
I'm going to put you on the hot spot here, Robs, I'm so sorry, but if you could only pick 2 other teams from PMPL EU Fall split, which teams do you think are going to give Titan Gaming the most trouble?
Je dirais G.GLADIATORS et Major Pride.
Thank you so much, Robs, for joining us here, aka the DBS King. Do you have anything you'd like to say to your fans at home supporting you?
Déjà, merci à tous du soutien. J'espère que vous allez me supporter dans ma belle team. Et surtout, n'hésitez pas à jouer le DBS, c'est une arme super forte.
VIRTUS.PRO with professional usage of the fields here, able to dismantle Alpha Team towards the very end as we witnessed some interesting moments. Let's talk about Max here in the field of Erangel. It wasn't exactly the most exciting of games, considering this field is brutal for these teams to actually play on out. But I can't help but feel that maybe Alpha Team had a few more nades than...
Yeah, I mean, at least let's go on a positive, Kalash, right away. Okay, let's say VIRTUS.PRO did punish the split of Alpha Team. That was really good. The split from Alpha Team would make some sense. They were keeping Mandarin on the rooftops to gather information, take some sneaky shots from his position. But they did spot that out. They understood, okay, it's a 4v4 situation. Let's just punish the 2 players over to the western side. And in doing so, get more eliminations and do get himself that chicken dinner. 21 points. And I think we have been talking about them, Kalash, and that this roster really has potential. Wait is such a good player. Elementrix was popping off back in spring, and they do have these big clutch moments that do happen, just not very consistently, unfortunately. But as you said, Reflect maybe forgot what he had in his bag there. I think they could have won it, yeah.
There was, I guess, again, you know, to play devil's advocate for a second here, there is those moments of, like, stress in those situations where you're like, okay, how do I get myself out of this situation? And sometimes you may forget exactly what you have available to you. But I think if you remember that you do have 5 nades, you just start chucking them at the hay bales and hoping that it's actually going to work on out. It potentially could have. It potentially could have, because for the most part, as we take a look at the VP numbers coming in here, there's almost no way 1v2 you win that out in a gunfight, right? So what is your answer? And yeah, it has to be the, you know, the
nades would have been the answer. If he gets 1 knock, then it's down to a 1v1. You could win that fight, but
maybe
Beck, don't forget his face, because you will forget nothing about these matches. He's going to remember every single piece of it, every little scrap that's been happening during this match. And actually, Beck, really strong angle. He sent it with that buggy over to the eastern edge, and he was able to get really strong position onto, I think it was a Sheeper at the time, and then he was not able to regroup to reflect, and then he really made this a 1v2 situation. Though Shifu, smiling, being the top frag of the game. Love to see it.
Absolutely beaming from edge to edge. Yeah, I mean, 6 limbs is pretty good there for Dagestan. Again, considering that it's not the easiest circle to play with. Even Icy was able to pop up alongside there. I mean, a lot of these teams coming in from the west side, trying to eventually dip down into these fields. It is rough as we take a look at the highlights coming in from this game. And you can see Titan here on this west side. They didn't solve their problem quickly and were taken out very swiftly by the MADBULLS on that side.
I feel bad for Jackie, though. He instantly predicts them, and as he predicts them, they go down instantly. So it's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, MADBULLS trying to transition away from the western side. I feel like they could have got the res on one of their teammates, like, oh, we're going to leave him. Or actually, we could res him. Oh, actually, we're going to leave him. And it's just a lot of weird back and forth for MADBULLS as they try and leave the west. But as you said, it was a bit of a weird finish at the end, because it's just complete fields. Only 3 teams remaining there. You had your VIRTUS.PRO, KONINA Power, and the side of Alpha Team. And this send it over to this side of the split to the west was exactly what VIRTUS.PRO needed to pull off if they wanted to have a chance to get the win, and then just pushed them back, and Alpha Team were just completely caught off guard and couldn't do much about it. But you'll see Beck, I think, in a few. Actually, no, you're just going to see Ruda do really good. And that's pretty
There
much
you go.
it. And gets the closing nade, and Reflect just forgot he had those 5 nades in his backpack. How sad.
I think when you get to these field situations, and we're seeing this more and more now, you've got to be ultra sensitive about when you hear a vehicle and their approach in order to be able to start your spray before that vehicle crashes. Because if you're doing a split like this is becoming more common. These vehicle scents are becoming way more common to exploit you. So let's take a look at the overalls now and see where that sits us, as we have VIRTUS.PRO getting themselves quite a few points here, but they didn't have many apparently before this, so 24 points will be theirs right now, making themselves a 7th place spot right now, Max.
Yeah, and VULGAR boys have not budged too much. They're still up there in that 5th position, 29 points. They're going to be playing this last match, so intrigued to see if they're going to be able to follow it up with a good closing segment to wrap up day 1 of this 3rd phase. But yeah, at the top, I mean, Gladiators, MUERTE, Major Prides, big contenders that we expect, right, Kalash to be currently at the top of the rankings, so no big surprise there except for VULGAR boys, which already stated, though. No Mercy Warriors also. That one Sanhok game was a really good hold on Trifecta, and we just haven't seen a follow-up just yet, so there's still potential, but it's the start of phase 3. Chances are they could fall off if they're not able to get some points on board.
Yeah, I mean, for No Mercy Warriors, phase 1, 74 points, phase 2, 84 points. So this is a great opportunity for this team to say, okay, we are able and capable of getting some points here in these lobbies. Let's try and make a big pounce for it here in phase 3. So not bad at all, because currently in the overall standings, the 18th place out of the 20 teams. So this is a really nice start for them in here in phase 3.
Yeah, they need a good start of this phase and finish off the phase well if they want to be in the top 16. That's where you want to be if you want to head into the finals of EU. And of course, if you just even barely qualify, even though you got bonus points against you, there's still a chance you could qualify in the championship. You need to make in top 8, so that should be the objective for them. Make in top 16, and if you do make in the finals, then you'll have a different task at hand. But there's a chance. I think they can make it.
And Max over here on the socials will be giving away some cool stuff for the Killer Whale parachute, shark cover. Get that, it's really angry. So I'm excited for that. What about you, Max?
I would recommend the shark cover. We have, I think we have 5, so there's a limited amount. So if you win the first 2 giveaways, you might want to pick it, yeah.
Or 4, because Max has already given me... No, I'm just joking. I wish he would, though. All right, well...
for myself, yeah.
All right, we're done. Let's head over to Jackie and Blank here for the final game of the day.
Oh, I've just got a message on Instagram from Max, actually. It says that I've won myself a shark cover. That's pretty nice. So I'll take that. Yeah. Just lucky, I guess. Just luck. Must have just been luck, Blank.
You can't be stealing those sharky outfits. It's unacceptable behavior. It's not allowed. I've denied it. Take it back immediately.
Yeah, look, I've come in, you know, I've been socially engineering Maxman's passwords for the past 6 months. I've finally gotten into the account. The only thing I wanted was the shark-related clothing. That's all I've ever cared about. So that chapter's closed. I've made out like a bandit, and now we can start to set focus on our last game of the day. Blank should be a tasty treat, hopefully a dessert course at the end of an already splendid day.
Damn, I love that you've gone in for the long con, and we're here for the long con over in PMPL EU as well. Phase 3 now, things are starting to get a little bit rough. It's a long tournament, and we're on that final stretch. Day 1, all the way through to day 6 before we head over towards those finals. Right now, Gladiators somehow are still ahead in first place, despite everything that has taken place over the past couple of matches. MUERTE behind by just 1 point though, Jackie. Just 1 point, so they can still take it away in that first place spot. Major Pride won't be chasing anymore, but Titans still will in 4th place. VULGAR boys, they've not moved too much, but this is their potential, their chance to get even further up the rankings. You know what? I'd love to see VULGAR boys in the podium by the end of the today.
It's kind of cool that they're actually playing a lot better, and we're seeing more and more for them. And we've all sort of grown to really love Foops, man, as well. I am the #1 Foops fan at this point. You've already claimed _Foops Stan on Twitter, I believe, so that's yours.
Oh, yeah.
They're just a fun team to watch, and I think it's also kind of cool now because we're getting to say VULGAR boys a lot more. And VULGAR boys can sound quite aggressive if you say it quickly enough. So that's a fun storyline for me, Blank.
It is a... Okay.
You know what I mean? Oh,
Yeah.
God, look at this zone. Hello.
You are going to break me. So let's go over towards Impala, Podpad ISO, which is going to repair me, put me back together. Not for the rest of these teams, though. This is cruel. This is criminal as we look over towards the northwest side where our playing path has been. Most teams looking to get their way down here ASAP, trying to get in towards position. MADBULLS can head towards their original drop spot, but they've dropped on top of MUERTE down towards this south side, Jackie.
It is indeed. I've checked my compass. You're right.
Thanks. Yeah,
Just thought I'd make sure everyone was on the same page.
that's good. I'm glad. I hope everyone else has got their compasses out at home because I'm going to be using a lot of directional terminology today. Very difficult to keep up with.
You know what we should do? We should figure out, really tools that everyone should have at home, that they should have on hand when watching these with us. So, protractor,
Ruler.
maybe a compass, some string, a notepad to write down things.
Yeah, like Esports PUBGM EU over on YouTube as well as Instagram. Get that written down now. Underline it with the ruler. Do a little rainbow with the protractor over the top. And then with a string, do a little bow tie and then just like glue that on with a Pritt stick. There you go. Your beautiful little thing in your notepad there for you. I've just lined that up for you right now. Just follow the steps. Go back in the VOD if you need to hear them again. It was a little bit fast, but you're good to go now.
If it was too confusing, don't worry. You can pause and retry your PUBG Mobile craft, pub craft, craft mobile.
Mobile craft.
Mobile craft. Your mobile craft PMPL EU edition starter pack.
Oh, we should do like some origami in the shape of a shark.
That'd be sick, actually. That'd be really good.
Yeah, that'd be some good content. Let's get that on board.
We could do all the team's logos. Like, you could have a mad bull, you make a bull.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a Dagestan, you just do a D, like, out of origami. I suppose that would just be a D, really, wouldn't it? It's not really origami.
No.
Unicorns of Love, that's one. You could do that. Do like a
Unicorn?
horse. Yeah, and then just glue a little horn on the end.
Yeah. Or Mini 14 just poking off his face.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Bang, we've got it.
All right, we figured out the crafting segment. We'll workshop that.
Pub Mobcraft.
Exactly. Craft Mogi.
Craft Mogi. Mogi Craft.
Mogi Craft. That'll be coming to you maybe next season. We'll workshop that. We'll see if we can get approval. And hopefully you can start crafting along at home.
With us at home.
Yeah, we'll do it each week. It'll be a great death segment.
Looking at the game, though.
Yeah, maybe for the best.
Yeah, having a look at the game. Once again, back on board. Look, to get that out there, we've just been workshopping a few things. Just like the team, they've been workshopping a couple of these rotations. They've not been easy. They've really not been easy. Heading over from that northwest side, getting towards this position, you want to get as far as possible over towards that eastern side. Get out the compass. TUNA currently over towards Impala right now. They're on the northern edge of it, but KASIK team also trying to barrel their way over towards the position as fast as possible, with Skillsers still left a little far behind. Dagestan equally trying to head their way through Los Leones. So a lot of teams will not be in the ideal spot straight away, which is going to make for quite a fun finish, I would say, on this circle. Titans do manage to make their way to the south of Junkyard, so they're in the midst of it right now. They've got Unicorn to love towards their north, Alpha on the west, TUNA on the east, as well as VULGAR. So I think Titans probably one of the teams that is the closest to getting themselves in an engagement that most likely is going to go fairly pear-shaped.
And that would be fine, but the problem is they don't enjoy a pear. They are more of an apple enjoyer, and obviously apples nowhere near as bulbous towards the bottom, with the increase in height towards the top just a lot more round.
And that is an easier shape to deal with. Pear shape, obviously making it slightly more awkward with its obtuse design. So something to keep into the back of your mind. VULGAR boys on screen again now, though. They've been no strangers to the spotlight today. And it's been really nice to see the improvements that's been coming out from them. Let's see what they're going to get up to here, though, as already there's been a bit of bonneting going on. Tresley replying back. And he's just spraying and slaying, it seems. Even another one, because he knocks Havlik down. That's actually pretty damn menacing the way he's been able to play this. You basically just fumbled Titan instantly. Whoa, icy, always crisp for it though. Oh no, how is he turning this around so quickly? It looked like VULGAR boys had really blown Titan away, but now they're getting hit by the strong wind.
Comes the nade as well over towards that top side. Tresley will sidestep it, gets away. Here's the weather report. Senses a bit of thunder and lightning. Titan's down to just a single player. Tresley tries to move down towards Spoopsman, who's getting struck by lightning right now. Icy maybe could have finished off everyone there, but ran out of bullets towards the end. Certainly didn't run out of steam, though. He was ready for some more. Old boy will complete the task. And like I said, first to get into an Austin engagement, pear shape, difficult shape to do in origami, particularly. But they will lose a play off the back of that.
Yeah, they never recommend that you start with the pear. The pear is always one of the later fruit that you learn, you know?
Be tackling that in finals on Mokycraft.
Yeah, that would be one of the last bit of origami would probably get you to do. Maybe start with a banana, start with an apple, a grape very easy. It's just a hole punch. One bit right through the paper. You could make 100 grapes if you wanted to. We'll cover that with week 1. But right now, let's cover what's going on here, as it seems like PERMITTA have been able to cover all angles and all avenues that they're being attacked from. As KASIK team at least look to try and battle back. It's awkward.
What?
And the nade has ruined them, mate. That's perfectly placed. Great maneuver from Rogo. Saw the opportunity to back off. The Hail Mary nade blows their hopes and dreams away. And he'll be saved by his teammate in temp as well. Perfect connection on that one.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. Carl Rogo there, just giving them the hoofing. With the big slash on the nade, takes them all down. KASIK will not be going much further. This is what we're talking about. This circle is horrid. It's horrible. Awful to play around with. Stage 2 will head over towards Impala itself, a bit towards that northern side, so we're not isolating that urban finish that TUNA and Dagestan assumed that we'd be heading towards. SPG also similarly, they're on their straight arrow path into the circle. Titans have managed to stay a lot out of action here, but VIRTUS.PRO once again taking a fairly strong spot within the circle, coming off the back of their last game, where they're able to sneak that win away from Alpha, after Alpha goes for a bit too much of an aggressive split, I'd say, towards that end game. VIRTUS.PRO just like, well, we'll take advantage of that right now.
KASIK VP. Finding any odd opportunity to make something out of it. Titan here, still on screen though. It was icy. Saw a little glimpse there, a potential glimmer of greatness in the rotation that was coming straight by him. So he peeks into it and gives up his position. But you are just swamped. You've got teams up high with VP having the high ground control. Everyone close to you on the lower levels as well, with Dagestan basically on top of Titan's angles. So no easy ones for 3 here. Even getting out is going to be an incredibly tall task. And it seems like one by one, most of Titan are starting to dissipate at this point.
Yeah, Carl Rogo coming through again. Some more decent shots over towards him. Gets a bit dicey for Icy, and now one player remains in robes with the M24 now. M24, not sure what much he can get done with this, honestly. It's really going to be quite difficult. Dagestan similarly in a horrid situation. They will just have to live on this coastal side from now on, hoping the circle comes towards their way. Kitsune also getting torn to pieces. PERMITTA's having a bit of a time right now.
Hey, they're giving it. You know, this is huge for PERMITTA. It's what you wanted to see from them. See him playing with confidence, willing to peak, willing to take fights that otherwise maybe they weren't really quick enough to the draw with. You love to see the change. The body language looked good. Can they recover though? That's the big question mark that looms over them now, as they've got to get both players back on their legs, reset in terms of the HP, and still look for an opportunity to be able to find a way into a fight here when they are relatively sandwiched with both SBG and Gladiators very close by. Late arrivals from both No Mercy Warriors and the Nameless. They missed their connecting flight, so they'll be arriving a little bit later than everyone else to the zone. But this is uncomfortable with some of the spacing we're looking at. Ooh, okay. Zone moves a little bit further down. Gladiators will be able to reshuffle on this one. Shockwave got a big old jog ahead of them, though, to close the gap on this. And they'll have to find their way through Alpha. Meanwhile, joining Unicorns of Love's POV, we can see that they're duking it out for compound control against Dagestan.
Tempting to get in there. Dagestan managed to find their way towards Longhouse, which is pretty impressive, to be honest. It had to be a very quick rotation. Zadira looking over towards MacVins, trying to send a nade that way. Woodson's got one left in the back pocket, doesn't find much success with it. Will drop down the smoke, attempts to get out of there. Use the old ninjutsu to disappear. But I don't think the smoke bomb's going to be enough.
Woodson just playing close against the wall, listening out for the audio cues effectively. Meanwhile, the POV of VIRTUS.PRO, they've had to fall back and give up some of the map control they had to go for the revive on Elementrix, but weight has been sprung upon. Oof. You can at least get him back up. Now you're going to feel uncomfortable knowing that a lot of these lines of sight that were once super powerful for VP have demised in strength a lot. They could be peaked upon now. Woodson just waits for the oncoming assailants here. He's got the DBS, so if they peak him one by one, that would have been the dream scenario, but they overwhelm him, suppressing fire with the LMG, supported by this up-close peak. So he's dead and gone. Rotate out for his teammate, leaving that one down to really just what he can try and muster. Meanwhile, moving over to DMR here. MUERTE trying to hold up against No Mercy Warriors.
SBG though. Get a little replay on this one from Narvalo. Great little spray down from him. SBG have actually had fairly decent running towards the circle here. Getting on the outer edges. Heading in towards stage 4 soon, but we're keeping a lot of water in this one, Jackie, so it does make things pretty tight in terms of positioning to be taken. You can see this line has kind of been appearing towards the center of the circle. Gladiators attempt to make quite a wild play to get in. They will fend off quite a few. They lose Kitsune on the rotate, but most likely will be able to get in towards this building. They're just looking for a home to stay. They'll have to fight off against No Mercy Warriors to try and remain in this position. It's rough. It's rough right now. Matic's out.
Oh, man. Frozen with a snapshot off. Wait, trading it back onto GG. Gladiators struggling now as they're starting to crumble away. Really all down to just Tixi. The time bomb that normally saves their bacon in the last few moments. One of the first going down as they are out of commission, leaving in 13th place there then. So the lobby has got no room for Gladiators today. In our last matchup for today's playdate, Alpha team were taking a spotlight as they will just be dropping nade after nade onto the Nameless and just running up, seeing if they can dash these in. Reflex, pretty damn good actually being on the mark with these. That's his second knock off the nades alone.
Yeah, he's doing fairly well. I mean, he got it pretty nasty from VIRTUS.PRO last game, so he's learned a trick or two. They're just switching from seat to attempt to get this done to get towards the Nameless, but so difficult to make happen. Madagod goes down, Zashipa just about clutches it out. They will be able to get Reflect back up on his feet, but the circle, it's moving in, and the blue is pressuring them to head further. And look at this, it's Shockwave looking for the third party. Terminus just exploring, trying to locate where these players are.
A little bit of a lull. An opportunity to breathe at least. Get yourself topped back up. Make the rotate away. Pull punches that you don't fancy committing to. And MUERTE, they've been somewhat stalemated in this fight for quite some time versus No Mercy Warriors, with neither of them wanting to give up any of the ground they've got in terms of positioning. So just holding Looking to see if maybe there's an opportunity to backdoor it once the zone starts forcing the issue slightly more for them. PERMITTA also now being hit with strays as some of these nades are starting to connect onto them as Alpha set focus down onto PERMITTA's angle, making it a lot more awkward for them.
Yeah, I think with how horrid this circle is in terms of the amount of water that's still in play, you're right, as teams just starting to get far too close to one another for their own comfort. Alpha's attempted to make their way in. Zashipa's already down. Mandarin's trying to hold on the outer edge. MUERTE have got in here with 4 players still alive. Surprisingly, this is from Monte Nuevo that they played in. So they've been playing quite the long haul here. It's not been easy. Obviously, things are only going to get harder from here on out for MUERTE, trying to push through to No Mercy Warriors.
Molotov not spreading fast or far enough to burn Milky Way out of the position. So his nade just filters No Mercy Warriors in the direction of the rest of MUERTE. They're able to clean up onto the majority of them, apart from one just wobbly that survives. Hello, Ruda arrives on the scene. That's huge.
Wow.
What? They're just able to farm on this blank. They've ruined MUERTE that were otherwise in a great position, just looking to kind of coast their way through this one. Now you've got both a solo from VP and No Mercy Warriors left here, with Milky Way running it down, looking to clean up.
Yes, wants some assistance, wants some help. But the players from his team are all dying around him. Dagestan also similarly being pushed upon by SHOCKWAVE. They've been all over the place, trying to get him further. He's run straight past him. Whoa, man, Shifu goes down, and SHOCKWAVE take themselves up to 4 eliminations. Going for their classic approach on that top side. Wobbly will find another with that nade, and Molotov could be absolutely disastrous towards the stairway. He's going to take his chance.
What? Oh, okay. The follow-up shot delivers. It looked like he had somehow mucked it up on the first peek, but he's able to pop off and again, take control of that situation. Okay, so good patience from him there. He waits, grits his tongue, and bides his time for the peak. Eventually shuts down both of them with the DBS and converts to really make it so much harder now for MUERTE to be able to build from this.
Yeah, it's a great play from him. The Molotov towards the stairs as well. I thought, oh, he's missed it. It's not on target. But it stops him from running away when he makes the peek out from the window. So it's actually such a good play from Wobbly. And No Mercy Warriors have really weathered quite the tidal wave on that side of the map versus Gladiators, and then MUERTE secondary with VIRTUS.PRO taking some horrific shots down towards them. It's not been easy for him.
Standoff here towards the roadside against Alpha and SHOCKWAVE, with Robs getting a cameo in the backline there for Titan. SHOCKWAVE trying their luck, see if they can draw out the fight, draw out the engagement, as we see the roam around in the vehicle, trying to cause somewhat of a kickoff. Exhipa baited into the peak, but can't find too much for his troubles there as he backs off. But they're all inside the building. SPG, ooh, gonna move as a pack, try and overwhelm. They run straight into the hold. Lose an awful lot on the initial contact. At least there's a trade back as Victor and Tuminers are able to play together to do something on this one. Not looking too clean for them though. SHOCKWAVE at least being torn from trying to peek the front hand side to being back inside the building. Mandarin finding weakness in the back as he'll spray some bullets downrange as well. This is really turning into a bit of an abattoir now.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, 2 players from SHOCKWAVE getting absolutely overwhelmed here by SPG. MADBULLS finally making their move down towards this eastern side. They've really played a slow game here, but starting to reveal some big cards on the table. I'm quite strong with it. Me and Maxman go for the MADBULLS, see what they can get done here. You've gone for SHOCKWAVE, hoping that they can hold on here versus SPG. Oh, good start.
Laser. Beastie stuff. He's able to cut his way through the first, make a nice incision. Let's see if he can push the issue any further. Nice follow-up. Burning brightly though, and not in the manner that he would want. Just looks for the first on the way out, so at least takes them down with him. But even then, You see SPG being able to convert on that one and stop Shockwave dead in their tracks there.
Yeah, a bit of a disastrous approach for him. The Molotov, if that didn't happen though, I really feel like that could have potentially been a huge win there for Aza. The amount of shots he was hitting with that DBS was absolutely massive. VIRTUS.PRO have to make their way off this high ground, but 9 eliminations. Yeah, I'd say this is a good result right now. Again, look at this circle though, Jackie. Half of it's in the water, bro. It is absolutely disgraceful to look at.
Yeah, it's rough. You know, the play space feasibly that you're being given here is so limited. Do we have the room to fit everyone in it? That's the question.
Absolutely not. But that's Rob's the Robber in the distance.
Yeah, still alive, still kicking, mate. He's been hiding out towards the coastline for what feels like a good 10 minutes now.
Yeah, he's just been playing some tunes as well. I got really spooked when we headed over towards that way. I was like, what is that sound? Am I playing something through my phone right now? What is going on? It's just Rob's. He's just playing some tunes through his vehicle down on the coastal edge. Got to keep something to get him going, right?
Yeah. He's living his dream, living the movie. Oh, hello. Ooh, he's been pretty criminal with some of the shots that he's been hitting. And again, here, it just makes it so much more awkward for VP on their move downhill. Their edge, spraying back over towards zero at least, keeping the pressure on them. VP, they've been completely cleaned up now, though. They get swept into the pan and deposited into the proverbial bin as they're gone on this one, out in 7th here. And it's only going to get more aggressive with just the sheer amount of teams we have left. Oh. Just short distance for them to play in. Look at this angle.
Don't do it to him, bro. Please go through it. Yes! Yes! Oh, I'm so happy about that, dude, because MADBULLS, the amount of time No Mercy Warriors have found themselves into a disgusting little position to ruin the entire day on Miramar is unbelievable. And I'm so glad that Frozen has it about him in that moment. He's like, look, the bush has probably got no one in it, but I'm going to clear it anyway.
That's the way she goes. They've found out the man in the bush and taken him out, stopping anything from getting too crazy in that front. MADBULLS now, though, just how far can they take it from the position they've been left in? As Titan have only got Robs left alive, Alpha are down to 2, and TUNA are a duo as well. It is Obito, though, and Noshi. Both of them looked pretty crisp earlier on today. They were able to steal away. Some nice placements, but you've still got to get something out of this. Bit by bit, they're starting to crumble under the pressure. Noshi, will he be able to do too much? Nades coming over the top, replies with one of his own. Would probably need to look to try and find a fight off the back of it. Instead, accepts his fate as he will be blown up by Tulika.
It's a gorgeous name from Tulika. The jump over towards the high lob is kind of crazy. You know, although we haven't talked about it too much, the fact that Robs is still alive and gets himself to a 3rd place, that is slightly insane. Considering they were down to 1 player around about some minute 5, Robs has just kind of chilled and he's got the circle. So there's a chance for a 2nd place right now for this lad.
It is kind of crazy. No one's found him. No one wants to deal with him. No one wants a piece of the Rob's pie. I mean, he is known as Rob's the Robber for a reason.
He's got an arm.
Stealing away games like this. Oh, mate, okay. Come on, Robs. What have you got for us? Where's this one going to go long term?
To be fair, like, he could easily just pop out the water, open up with a knock over towards Alpha instantly with the arm, drop back in the water. MADBULLS clears out the final player from Alpha team. He gets a 2nd place. Bish, bash, bosh. Easy peasy.
It's as easy as that. And he's certainly the right pro for the job as well. Robs thrives in these sort of situations. Just got to keep himself out of trouble for now. Alpha getting a little bit suspect about it, though, clearing down towards the coastal side and keeping an eye on the water just in case there is anyone hiding under the depths. The murky blue providing him some kind of cover. Popping into the vehicles now, though. Already Tulika looking for the pre-fire. Frozen instigates as he hits onto Reflect. Couldn't reflect that one as he'll be down on the deck. And his teammate actually mirroring Rob's maneuver inside of the water. So this is where it does get a little bit interesting. Titan, can they steal that 2nd place?
a real good question to have as well. And I think they know where he is. They've spotted him. I think Robs is getting himself a nice little cheeky second place off the back of this one. An arm and a pump shotgun is all he has. Just treading water over there, living the time of his life, playing the music. It has been a real surfer's paradise here for Titans. Super chilled out. He's not even underwater.
He's just peeking him.
It's just peeking him.
This is mad.
Rude.
Look at him. Just doing the old doggy paddle. Staying afloat right now. Frozen's just trying to clear everything out. Ooh, actually, hang on. Can they find Rob?
I wonder now. Yeah, it's underwater time for you.
Can they locate him? Mandarin swimming in.
Oh, dear me. Circle is back onto Robs. This is just so easy for him. I'm just gonna little hide away. It's such a horrible angle for MADBULLS to try and find here.
Yeah, the geometry kind of really works perfectly for him. Oh, hello, Frozen. You thought the car was a submarine.
He's gonna try and look from underwater. I mean, this is kind of the last ditch play that you want to go for, right? Is to head in the water yourself and try and spot. But they don't really have any more options because Robs is being fantastic at hiding. Mandarin most likely going to die to the blue. Oh no! Ooh. Will he die before Robs? That's the question.
Oh, it's a ticking time bomb. Robs is one sneeze away from going down. He has a sliver of HP. Tulika finds him. Oh, lights him up. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water. Robs. A Mandarin's gone. The zone takes him out. There you go. In the end, MADBULLS pick that one up and secure it, as they will take the last chicken dinner of the day there.
Really well done to MADBULLS. I think MADBULLS have been trying to get things back on board since that first Erangel. We talked about all day that they're making the right moves, they're making the right plays, Jackie, just not quite hitting their mark. That last game, though, really well done. They played it a little bit slower, and then they get to that end game, blast out of their minds. Beautiful stuff. Love to see it. But Robs, third place off the back of that. Oof, you love to see it.
Pretty mad. Pretty mad he was able to actually tread water for that long. That's one thing. But go on to steal away some points. You know, you're going to be happy with that, mate. But there you go. Rounding that one out in the end. Then MADBULLS being able to take it. Let's sprint on back like a bull that's just seen red over to the analyst desk. And here's what they thought about that one.
Well, as it all boiled down here, MADBULLS with a pretty simple win off the back of all of this. It's a bit of a shame that Robs didn't really get to use that arm during this game, but that's how it all breaks down here. MADBULLS with the victory here. Max, what do you think?
A lot of water. That's what I think. 50% water since the start of the game, pretty much. And yeah, I mean, Robs, despite, I think Blank mentioned it, they were down to just Robs after 5 minutes. He just stayed on the water, and the circle was great for them to get himself. Then a third place when it comes to total points, 10 points on board. But yeah, MADBULLS, I would call it, Kalaris, a free game because all the fights were happening across the roads. They didn't even have to get fully involved. They rolled over Wobbly, which I love to see. Good job from Frozen, and just got himself then the high ground. No teams coming in from the west. No, when MADBULLS have an opportunity like this, a golden opportunity, you know they're not going to throw it away. They're going to be very cautious to get themselves those 20 points.
I mean, it really speaks to the game state in that the majority of teams that actually had a lot of limbs in this game were all coming in from the north, right? So MADBULLS didn't have too much contention down towards the south here, and that compound up towards the north became kind of a focal point. A lot of teams crashed in that area, also alongside the coastline for teams to just try and salvage any few points that they could get, a la your Robs or Alpha trying to find themselves a decent spot. But Navallo here with 5 limbs, Rude at 870 damage. Considering VIRTUS.PRO had what was a split across the big kind of factory compound north of Impala, they were able to do a lot there up on that high ground.
Yeah, it is good to hold that position, especially when teams are trying to exit those buildings. But when you have to move yourself across the road, especially, it's not just leaving the high ground, you're leaving the roadside too. You're not going to be able to cross against a split like MADBULLS had at the time. It's going to be really, really tough. So yeah, almost 2.3k damage for the MADBULLS side, though I am happy with SBG able to clear Shockwave. the French homies, not homies anymore, it seems. But really, I'm impressed with what Novalo and Victor have been doing today. They've been really good when it comes to individual performances. We still haven't seen the rise up of the rest of the team, which is what we wanted to see from SBG, but it's still Novalo and Victor just leading the charge for the squad.
Yeah, looking pretty good overall here, up in what was, you know, not exactly the easiest entry point for them either. VIRTUS.PRO could have potentially had decent line of sights on SBG, considering they're also looking north against it. But let's take a look at these highlights coming on in here. The DBS not doing enough here for SHOCKWAVE. As much as it looked good for Azza initially, they were eventually cleaned up during all of this chaos going down.
Yeah. The thing is, even if you win this fight, you're going to have Alpha Team on the east side of the road, so you're not going to be able to cross. So you're just trying to win that fight. And Novalo again with some amazing shots. Like, he's just so good at taking this kind of engagements. And then the backstab happens from TUNA. They are very opportunistic, it seems, recently. They're looking for fights. They're looking for those eliminations, which is a good change of pace entering in phase 3. Hopefully that can transition in the finals if they do indeed make it, which we're hoping for. But then just MADBULLS are just sweeping the south. There's not much you can do.
No, definitely not. Everybody transitioning in as well. You can see them here as they move into the middle and dislodge TUNA quite swiftly. And then from there, they're just having to deal with solos in this water, which, as you say, like the whole game, just 50% water constantly. It's very rare that you actually see this come out. Chulika able to scout that out and just watch him fade away in the blue. So for MADBULLS, they didn't really have many contesters in those last moments, but let's take a look at who has been able to contest every single win throughout the day as we have our 5 games done. And it became eventually a little bit more kind of to the rhythm of what we've seen throughout phase 1 and phase 2, but TUNA started things off big with a big win.
Yeah, and we almost got ourselves a No Mercy Warriors win in that
almost
match. But no, Gladiators do take it home again. It was the great duo. We had a Meku, Matic, and Tixi doing really good stuff in that match. But yeah, I'm happy to see VIRTUS.PRO in particular. We mentioned this roster many times. Good punish on the split of Alpha Team in the Gatka fields, and I want to see more of that continuing for phase 3. But there's some potential that teams can rise up before the finals, where we're going to have not a big reset, but you're going to have some kind of a reset. So it's the opportunity for these teams to learn from these past 3 phases and then start popping off in the finals.
All right, well, who do you think's the MVP for the day?
Malloy? We were kind of agreeing with Malloy. I think we're going with Malloy here.
Yeah, the thing is that I don't think he did as much in the other games compared to the 10 limbs that he got in that one. So, but I still kind of want to go with him because he got 10 limbs in one game. That's kind of cool.
It could be MADBULLS player, like they had decent survival time.
Yeah.
You know.
Ah!
Oh, I should have said it. Wait, I want to load that. How close is it? I mean, good on Zerich here. He's going to get himself 9 limbs. And as always, the thing that always comes with MADBULLS, right, Kalaris, is they're always going to have good survival time. And it's a big portion of the MVP equation to be at the top up there. So yeah, Zerich is looking. So yeah, Malloy is second, actually, with 12 eliminations on the day. He's got less damage. He's got 1.7k damage compared to 2.3k of Zerich. And the survival time is down by about 10 minutes, which does make a difference. And Icy is top 3. He's always up there.
Of course.
Of course he is.
You know, okay, it's cool that Zerich got this, but I do think, you know, 10 limbs in one game, that's pretty cool. So I'm going to give the consolation prize to Malloy. There you go. What do you think?
He's got the most limbs on the day. He's got 12. The closest is 9, which is Zerich. So yeah, he wins the top fragger. Yeah.
I'm just going to keep making that noise and hoping it goes away. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Let's take a look at the overalls from phase 1 to 2 and the start of 3 as well and see what's going on up at the top as we have ourselves almost a 100-point lead from MADBULLS over Major Pride here. Although, of course, Major Pride was able to do enough to kind of catch up in those PMGC points once again. We'll see how that shakes up a little down the line. We're not going to check in with that now, but we can keep that in the back of our minds, Max.
Yeah, and VIRTUS.PRO able to put himself in 8th position. I do wonder what the cutoff point is going to be looking at, because it's important to look at the top 8 because it gives you a good idea of what the finals could be looking like. It could give a good idea of what the contenders for the championship could be looking like also. So currently VIRTUS.PRO, if you were qualifying teams for championship, VIRTUS.PRO would be the ones making in, but I want to see what the cutoff point is. 315 to 313 with Dagestan, so just a 2-point difference. It is very close to the wire, so we know which our top teams are going to be, Kalaris, but the top 8 I think is close between a decent amount of teams, so I'm intrigued to see who's going to be the bottom 8 teams to make it in.
Yeah, coming into today, VIRTUS.PRO actually was in 10th, so they've been able to jump above Dagestan as well as KONINA Power, which is a nice little step in the right direction. for them. VULGAR boys as well here, still in 12th place. They were 12th place to start the day off, despite them having a pretty decent day here. Whereas TUNA, 15th, they were also previously in 15th. So yeah, not too much movement going on down here. But again, for these teams, it's not hugely impactful. Of course, you want that top 16 to be able to move on in. Let's take a look, though, at our predictions throughout the day. We've all done not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay. Hey, Blank's up there. It's cool. Got himself the MADBULLS predict to wrap it up. I mean, it's just a prediction. What do you want? I like that Jackie goes for his weird, wacky predictions, though, so I'll never hold it against him. I like it.
Blank, you know, kind of redeeming himself from the previous games days that we had, because obviously he was absolutely dog water in those predictions. But 10 points on the day, that's great for a Blank. I wonder if he's got anything to say about it.
Oh, maybe he does. I don't know.
Who cares? Well, anyway, we've got ourselves Monster. We care about them. Thank you to them for joining us for PMPL EU Fall. And of course, they'll be repping us in the next days for Phase 3 as well. That has been the first day for Phase 3. It felt like it blitzed across the day here, but we are done. We are back tomorrow, same time, same place for more PMPL action. So we'll see you then.